Hello? Right, so hello everyone, I'm Claude Alejandro. For those of you who haven't heard of me, I'm a volunteer software developer and also an English Wikipedia editor. Funnily enough, to get to Singapore, I had to go through an airport which had a power outage that I wrote an article about earlier this year. I mostly dabble in user script and tool development. Some of you might know me as the current lead developer working on Red Warn and Ultraviolet. So I'm sure that many of you know the slogan of Wikipedia, Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia. The free in the slogan, of course, means free as in free speech. But there's some cases where the users who edit Wikipedia would copy things that aren't free, so things online like news, books, research. And what we could do when they get imported into the English Wikipedia, we then call them copy vios or copyright violations. So on average, every day there are around 100 new cases of automatically detected copyright violations in the English Wikipedia. On some very bad days, we get around 140, but on some good ones, we get around 24 per day. But that's mostly the automatically detected copyright violations. So what happens when some of those violations somehow fly under the radar? Well, whenever a contributor has a long time history of placing copyright violations on Wikipedia, they get sent to contributor copyright investigations. So every time a new case is opened on CCI, that's what you call it, it brings dread to almost everyone that's participating in this space. And that's because we have to crawl through every single edit made by that editor to confirm whether or not it's a copyright violation. So as of now, there's 206 open cases. And among all of those cases, we still have to check 500,000 diffs, and that's after removing all of the minor edits and the reverts that they've made. So here's a visualization of all of the currently open diffs. As you can see here, the largest case here actually has 48,000 diffs in it. So with just that size, you can just imagine how many things we still have to check. CCI is one of the largest administrative backlogs on the English Wikipedia, and it's really hard to get into since there's not a lot of editors and there's so many to do for every day. Not only do we have to fix new cases of copyright violations that we find, but also we have to fix some very old ones. The oldest case on CCI is around a decade old. But that's not the only backlog that we have. There's also copyright problems. So copyright problems is where cases of suspected copyright violations go. Unlike the name suggests, it's also a notice board. And what happens is when we find a suspected copyright violation, we put this copy via template onto the page. So that temporarily removes the text and hides it from public view. And so the notice is pretty old, but currently there's plans to redesign it so that it's easier to read and it's easier to follow for newer editors and so that it looks better. And unlike New Page Patrol or counter vandalism, copyright is mostly manual. But thankfully, there are tools that are helping the process. So those are for our copyright editors that are working hard on trying to fix all of these cases. So I wanted to give an introduction and a shout out to some of the tools in this space. And I wanted to introduce something that I've been working on in the past year to help copyright editors with their work. So first in the list, we have Earwig's Copy Vio Detector. This is one of the most important and very used tools in this space. When you give it an article or a revision, it will search the internet for existing copies of that. So we'll be able to find text that's been copied from a website without attribution. In some cases, if the source that they happen to copy from is linked in the page, Earwig's Copy Vio Detector could also find that. There's also an option to use Turnitin, but we barely use that since we don't want to use too much of the resources that is provided to us. And of course, if you use the Google search option too much, the tool currently gives up because we make too much of these requests every day because of the amount of work that we have to do. Next is who wrote that. So this is one of the tools that are one of the tools that were made by the rock stars at the community tech team at the Wikimedia Foundation. So it currently finds all of the changes that an editor has made on a page. It highlights it in yellow. And then clicking on a specific part of the text will show you the specific diff that introduced that change. So thankfully, this tool was recently expanded to other wikis as part of a community wishlist survey this year. So it's currently in the process of being expanded and opened up for more wikis to use. Next is the contribution surveyor. This is made by one of the longtime copyright editors that we have on Wikipedia named Mercy. It finds the substantial edits that are made by a specific user, and this is what we use to generate all of the pages we have on CCI. So using this, we're able to find our substantial edits so that we could be able to check them and have them all in a centralized location. And last I wanted to point out was Copy Patrol. So Copy Patrol is also made by the community tech team. The top 3 of the editors I checked this morning was Niharika, who happens to be in the room, Music Animal, and Sam Wilson. And it shows a feed of recent changes which may have been taken from somewhere else. It uses Turnitin, so every single diff is sent through Turnitin for checking. And recently it's been having some big updates. So recently the backend was updated to Python 3 from Python 2.7, which was end of life like 2 years ago. And then the front end was also being rewritten into Symfony. So hopefully we'd have that newer version to production very soon. So now I want to talk about the specific tool that I made for helping copyright editors. So I called it Deputy. It's named after, you have a main investigator, and of course you have a deputy to help you with it. So initially, somebody came up on the user script requests page on the English Wikipedia, and they were asking, like, could there be a CCI user script that could help us in doing cases? And it really made me think, like, how do we really do that? I mean, there's so many things to do in CCI. There's many different things that you have to check. So what part of that could be, what part could we help with? So I went through the process. I did a few cases, and then I noticed something that was taking quite a while, or something that took quite a bit, was having to go through all of the diffs, check the diffs, or opening them on new tabs, and then loading them in, and then going through the next one, then erasing them from the page manually, because you have to edit the actual on-wiki page itself. So I was trying to think of a way to turn that from a single Wikipedia page, or just a page made out of wiki text, and turn it into a usable interface. So I made this mock-up. This was originally made around February in 2022. And then as soon as I finished it, I sent it over to the CCI channel on the Wikimedia Discord. That's where we hang out usually. And there were some people that were excited about this, because this was actually one of the first times that a user script specifically for the CCI process is made. There's currently no other user script that does this. And a friend came up to me and told me you should request a grant for this. So I went to I filed for a grant, and I had a talk with the Wikimedia Foundation Senior Program Officer Jacqueline Chen, who also does the grants in the ECAP region. And thankfully that grant was approved, so that's where the development of the tool begins. And of course, like every development of a tool, then obviously there's going to be roadblocks. I mean, this is a tech tool we're talking about. So one of the main issues that I wanted to point out today, especially to the developers here in the room, is that I wanted to warn you in advance for some tools that you might be making. So one is there is a lack of TypeScript typings for OUI back when I first wrote the script. So there's no official TypeScript declaration files, because it's mostly written in JavaScript. And we also can't automatically generate those types for 2 reasons. So first is that it uses JSDuck instead of JSDoc. JSDuck was abandoned over a decade ago. And it also doesn't use imports or exports. It instead modifies a oo.ui global. And automatically generating types doesn't like that. So Luckily, nowadays this isn't much of an issue because a volunteer named Dance created a type library for this. It's now available on NPM under the library at type/ojs.ui. So, I mean, Claude, if you wanted to use types, then why couldn't you just use Codex? Well, Codex wasn't actually mature at the time that I started this project. The version 0.1 just came out after the project started, so of course that still lacked a lot of the features that was just currently available in OUI, so I couldn't use that. And the support it has for user scripts is still a bit iffy, so I could do that, but it would be a bit of a problem. And of course, there was also interference from the real world. I mean, after all, we have real lives as well. I had to graduate high school at the start of the grant period, and at the end of the grant period, I have to move to Manila for college. But in the middle of all of this, I was still giving out alpha releases. So I was giving out special standalone parts of some of the modules that I'll talk about later. And I released the first beta of the tool this September, and I'm continually working on it ever since. So here's just a quick summary of the features. This is what a normal CCI page would look like. So you can see there's a few pages that the users have worked on, and then a long list of diffs. So every single one of these edits has to be checked. It has content that they added in. They have to check every single one of these. So from having a page like this, where you have to manually edit it, it now looks like this when you have the tool installed. So over here, you have a drop-down to see or to indicate what status it is, or if you found a copyright violation or not. And then you have a checkbox to remove the diff from the list if you were able to check it. And then some comments. And you could also click this button if you want to mark all of it as red if you think that it's completely clean. And aside from this, I also imported two of my previous user scripts into Deputy. So this used to be the copied template editor, and that was because it was able to edit a copied template. So this is the template right here. You could edit that template using this interface. And this was recently expanded when I imported it into Deputy. And now it's able to edit more than just the copy template, but also the split article, backwards copy, and a bunch of other templates along with it. Aside from this is another imported part. So this one on the left, actually, specifically. This is an infringement assistant. I named it that back in the day. And it has the ability to blank an entire page or a specific section of the page so that it could be reported the copyright problems with the template that I showed earlier. And aside from this, it now has, when I put it in the Deputy, it now has another feature where, so this is specifically for copyright clerks, they could immediately respond to existing cases on the copyright problems notice board. So there's a predetermined list of responses that they could make, so that makes their life much easier. And aside from that, for the editors who are currently working on fixing one of those pages, they could see the content without having to edit the page. They could just click a drop-down and it'll show the diff for them. So now let's go into how effective this was. Of course, when you were making a tool, you want to make sure that the editors were satisfied with the work. So I ran a survey around June to find out how people liked the tool. So it was posted on a few of the copyright cleanup project pages, so talk pages and the like. And unluckily, the sample size is pretty small, and that's not because people didn't want to answer the survey, but that's actually because the copyright space is extremely small. There's only like 10 to 15 people active at a single time. So thankfully, they were positive on 4 main metrics. So that's stability, so how buggy it is. This is a bit of a problem. Well, Deputy really was in beta when I first started with it, so that was pretty much expected. Toolability, so it could pretty much do a lot of things. So thankfully, that's a bit high. Speed is pretty slow for large cases. So when you're working on a page with a lot of diffs, so it's pretty much the same thing as viewing a page history with like 500 revisions on it. Obviously, going to slow down your browser because there's so many elements on it. And for user experience, I'm pretty proud of this one. It was pretty high. So as a front-end developer, I'm really happy that users were happy with the user experience. So 6 of the responses, still 8 of the people who used the tool, by the way. 6 of the respondents say that it made the work faster. They strongly agreed. They rated it a 5 out of 5. And then 2 of them rated it a 4 out of 5, so that's still pretty good. Most of the editors use the CCI capabilities. Some of them also used ANTI, so the Attribution Notice Template Editor, which was what I renamed it as. And that's mostly for fixing attribution issues. And then there was also a few people using the infringement assistant, but not as much, since you only get to use it sometimes when you're actively working on cases or if you're a clerk who's actively participating in the copyright spaces. So aside from this, there were also I also provided a list of features that I thought of so that we could probably prioritize them. One of the top ones here was integration with Earwig's tool. So some editors wanted to see the results, like the percentage of copied text for a specific page from within the tool. And there was also a lot of people also wanted a guided process for requesting CCIs. So currently they have to read through a bunch of instructions, and then they have to file the case manually, so they have to add that section. So that takes a while, so people wanted a guidance experience for that. And then they also wanted article top page tagging. So this was actually one of the features I originally planned, but I couldn't do because a lot of the features of this was already present in Twinkle and a bunch of other tools. And there was also some requests for Internet Archive bot integration. And that's because when we were dealing with a case, especially particularly old ones, you're going to hit some dead links. And the Earwig copy detector will not find those dead links because, well, the pages are dead. So what you do is you go on the Internet Archive, you go to Internet Archive bot to find the archives, add them into the page, and then the Earwig's copy could check check those archives to see if something's been copied from them. And then there's a bunch of other features here, but I won't get into that. I have a limited amount of time here, of course. So a bunch of other honorable mentions from the survey. There were a total of 10 respondents, actually, so 8 of them were using Deputy. One of them didn't use it, but another one of them used to use it, or specifically the CCI part of it. All of the respondents agreed that it was at least helpful, or at least a bit apathetic to how helpful it is to the CCI space. Thankfully, no one said that it was not helpful. Some of the users, a few of the users requested image CCI, so that's handling possible copyrighted images that happen to make their way onto Commons or on the English Wikipedia. Many editors like the UI, so again, I'm very happy about that because I'm very proud about the user interfaces that I make. Sometimes it's buggy, that is expected since it's a beta, but I'm actively working on it. Just a few days ago at the hackathon room, I was fixing a bunch of bugs that I had as well. All of the respondents as well, good to note, all of the responses were from the English Wikipedia, and that's because right now it caters specifically to English Wikipedia processes. But I do know that there are many other wikis that are experiencing copyright issues, so if anyone wants to reach out, then sure, go ahead and talk to me after the session. So I'm still in the middle of compiling all of the survey responses, but eventually I'll have a summary and a bit of the details in a post on MetaWiki about the total research data and a bit of analysis on that. So of course, there's still things that are needed to be done. The work isn't over. Number one is following what they've requested. So first is I'm going to plan to integrate the Earwig's copy detector into the tool so it makes their job easier. And then the CCI request tool, actually, I've been working on already. You could see the starting look of it. It looks pretty much like one of the wizards you'd have in an old computer, but there's actually, I found this to be very helpful for specifically for users who are new to the space, because if you give them a guided experience, they have a much better experience trying to do it. And of course, a lot of bug fixing and features. Of course, developers will always spend their time doing bug fixing because, well, you don't want a buggy program, don't you? And then what about the copyright space in general? Well, currently there's a active RFC that's being planned for the copyright space. So one of the things that we're trying to get is a bot to automate the copyright problems notice board. So currently all of the archiving and all of the case filing is done manually, so we need to work on that. Next is the ability to scan old pages, so pages that aren't newly edited for copyright violations, especially for books and newspapers, since usually the Earwig's copyright detector doesn't have access to that, especially with paywalled sources, which we also have no access to. And sometimes some text is copied from those as well. And most importantly, to the few people in this room, and hopefully some other people watching virtually, we need more copyright editors to help out. We have just a small section of editors working. So if you could come in and help learn the process and then maybe help out in this space, because there's a lot of backlogs that we have to chip away at. We'd be very much appreciated to have you, and we'd be very much appreciated to help you with getting started. So that's all from me, and that's all for this report. Thank you very much for listening. Have a wonderful rest of your Wikimania. Oh, and if you have questions, yes, feel free to just reach out to me after this. Thank you.
We should have a couple of people in the Zoom. Morning.
So just a technical note here. I can see Brian and nothing else. Brian can see me and nothing else. So anything at all that is happening in the room, we are fully oblivious to. So I don't know.
I can see live stream nail in the view that I've got.
Oh, really? Oh, I definitely can't. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Then you'll notice if somebody
upper right,
catches on fire or something.
there's a view button that maybe can make you see different stuff.
Can you two hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. But I can't see your slides.
Yes, now I can see the room as well.
Yeah. Just as you started screen sharing, but I can't see your slides.
You cannot or can?
I cannot.
It says that you're screen sharing, but all we see is the fact that you're screen sharing and not actually see your slides. I could see them before, but not now.
All right, let me try.
No, I just, yeah.
Share in. Not goodly.
I swear, everyone, this worked in testing, and that was only 10 minutes ago.
I think they're trying to fix it, but yeah. Brian, maybe you should stop sharing and try to start it again.
Okay, I just stopped it, and then now I will start the share again now.
There we go. Now I can see your slides too. Great.
Woo!
I think
Computers.
We can start. I think we can start. So hello everyone, welcome to the Cloud Services talk. Brian, do you want to introduce what we're doing?
Yeah, I'd like to to say something that will maybe make sense. So I'm Brian. Andrew is here with me on the remote end, and Tavi is there in the room, and we'll do a little deeper intros in a little bit, but we're here to talk about co-creating platforms and products. How the team that Andrew's currently on have previously been on, and don't tell anybody, but Tavi may soon be on. Cloud Services works with the technical community, build and maintain in our cloud VPS environment, Tool Forge, and a bunch of other stuff. So since I set this as anybody who doesn't know anything could come, I thought we should start with a little bit about what are we talking about cloud services. And cloud services is it's a cloud hosting service that the Wikimedia Foundation runs on behalf of the Wikimedia movement. An OpenStack virtual machine environment, and inside that we run a lot of different projects. Community runs a lot of different projects as well. Kind of an interesting about how important cloud services has come to the movement. That last month, 31% of global edits have from IP addresses that are inside our cloud. So that's bots and tools, things running inside cloud services that are going out and fixing up the wikis. And I think that's pretty cool. 2 days ago, when I made these slides, these numbers might be a little off now, but 2 days ago when I made slides, we had 177 different projects in our OpenStack deployment. And inside those projects, there were almost 900 separate instances running, so separate virtual machines running. And one of those 177 projects is a project that we call ToolForge. And in that project, we had, what do we got there? 3,169 host tools and almost 2,500 registered tool maintainers. So if you want to learn more about cloud services and a bunch of other things about how you can involve, how you can use it, you can go to wmcloud.org, and that will redirect you into the right page on Wikitech that will start about a bunch of stuff. So when we say that we're building by staff volunteers and we're working together, we wanted to find some way to show that off a little. So I did some looking through Git repositories and came up with this slide that had 92 different names on it of people who have given us Git patches at some point in time that become part of Puppet infrastructure used to manage the virtual machines or other software that's deployed. There's more people in this. The true breadth of contributions is much larger than a Git repository search can do. And the Git repository search wasn't exhaustive, but I wanted to give everybody watching just a little bit of an idea about how many people we're talking about as we talk some more about how we work together. And you might notice, the you who recognize some of these names might notice that there are a number of current former either Wikimedia Foundation or Wikimedia Media Deutsch employees on this list. And one of the things that I thought was interesting about that is most of these people who were employed or are employed now were not part of the cloud services team. Most of them did it as something that was incidental as users, basically, just like the rest of the volunteer community. So when we talk about working together, talking about trying to collaborate to build better things to help everybody out, and we do that collaboration mostly like any open source software project would do, and most like y'all do. We're working together on this. We use mailing lists. We have mailing lists to talk to each other as users of the platform. We also have mailing lists to talk to other maintainers of the platform. We use IRC channels a lot. A lot of our conversations in IRC channels. We use Fabricator, as one might expect, to do a lot of tracking about our software and roadmap planning and debating the right way to do various things. We use wiki pages on the WiTech wiki. We have a whole section where we write what we call enhancement proposals, which are like big ideas about changing things, adding really cool things. We also use WiTech for a lot of interfacing announcements. One slide too many. How do I go back? There we go. And we collaborate by code review. We share patches in Garrett and GitLab, sometimes even GitHub for various projects that we run. And then when we occasionally get to do even cooler, it's like have face-to-face sessions at hackathons and Wikimania. Most of us are remote in this one, but there are a bunch of us who are in Athens not too long ago and got some discussions there. And then we've been working on some experiments, including a monthly video call where we talk to each other specifically about Torch. We've been doing that for about 6 months now, I think. So now finally the place where we talk about who we are. And I've been talking for a while. I will keep them for just a brief minute more. My name is Brian Davis. I work for Wikimania Foundation. I'm a principal software engineer. Pronouns are he, him, and I'm excited to be here with y'all. And maybe Andrew can introduce himself and that delightful partner he has at his keyboard right now.
I can. Oddly, I cannot see my notes and see you at the same time, so I'll be frantically tabbing back and forth here. I am Andrew Bogot. This is Moose the cat, who is not my cat, but is visiting, and is a very yelly cat, so you'll hear him yell semi-constantly in the background. But I'm going to do my best to get him on the floor now. Yeah, so I have been working on the thing that is now called cloud services for about 12 years. I started not the day that it was created, but a few months after that. And that was doing VMs at the time, but now, of course, the project has grown into many other things. And let's see, I worked in OSS things before that as well. So I think the prompt was how I became involved with the Wikimedia movement. And the answer to that is that literally the process was that I noticed that Wikipedia was not the most important thing in my life, but a thing that I was really relying on 8, 10, 12 times a day, every day. And so I just wrote to the Wikipedia people and said, hey, here are my skills, how can I help? And very, very gradually, after a long time, then a job sort of materialized around me. It was very nice. It was a much less formal foundation at the time than it is now. And yeah, so I do all this operational SRE stuff with cloud services, mostly the sort of bottom of the stack things. And I am an occasional contributor to English Wikipedia into the Commons, mostly life science things, pictures of creatures and nature photos and such. Let's see, I think we're missing Ife, so over to Tavi.
Yes, hello, my name is Tavi Vannon, and I don't work for the orientation at least yet, and I got involved in the space at, I think, start of 2020 from when Google was still running their coding event, and I've been here ever since. I think we're missing Ife, or?
Yeah, I think unfortunately Ife didn't manage to show up to today, which is kind of a bummer. Ife was, for me, Ife was Tavi, or Tavi was the new Tavi in our environment. Ife's first around 2000, maybe late 2014 or 2015, and did a lot of stuff for tech support and wrote things and took over managing the quarry system and then reeled a whole bunch of it. And he also ran a video to common project, several other things. And today he grew up and he's a Google engineer. He isn't around us anymore, but every once in a while he shows up, and I'm really kind of bummed that he didn't get to join. But life goes on, and we will have a conversation without him. So now we're at the part that I've been nervous about all week. We're going to have a panel discussion, and I'm supposed to lead the discussion and participate in discussion. I've got some questions pre-made, and if we run out of questions before we run out of time, we'll have Tavi poll audience there to ask some more stuff. I think what the first question I wanted to give Andrew and Tavi a chance to talk about. Andrew already kind of did a little bit, but was to say how you found cloud services, right? And so for me, I was a member of Media Wiki core team back in the old days when we had a Media Wiki core team, 2013, 2014 time frame, and the what was then called the Labs environment was moving from the data center in Florida to the data center in Virginia, and it was moving pretty rapidly. There was like a 2-week window to get everything from one data center to the other. And so I jumped in to help Antoine, to help Hashar start moving things across the CI system and deployment prep projects, the beta cluster. And yeah, that started first a hate and then love and then an ongoing pursuit of this stuff. Tavi, maybe you could say how you wandered into the cloud world.
Yeah, I was like late 2019 when Google was doing their coding event, which was this event they did to pull in open source, high school people to open source, like kind of a mini version of the Google Summer of Code that they're still doing today. As Andrew said, I'm also like curious how Wikipedia was working on the inner side, and Wikimania was a GCI organization, and that's like a lot of I was at the time mostly interested in doing Media Wiki core stuff, but there wasn't a lot of Media Wiki core stuff to do in GCI, so I got involved in some tools and just started from there.
Andrew, you could reiterate your little origin story. That's
cool. Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't know that it existed until I was randomly hired to work on it. I was initially, so it was Ryan Lane's vision to build this OpenStack cloud, built out of donated, but only sort of temporarily donated Cisco hardware, which then sort of haunted us later because we had to somehow return it to Cisco. Yeah, at the time he wanted a Python programmer just to gussy up OpenStack, to work on OpenStack and add features that we needed to make our cloud work as a public cloud rather than as a private cloud. So because our use cases are weird and different and remain somewhat weird and different. So yeah, I learned about it because suddenly I had a contract to make it do things, and it was fun. Yeah.
So the abstract for this talk made a pretty bold claim that volunteers are co-equal with foundation staff in planning, building, and maintaining things within Cloud VPS and ToolForge. And I thought it might be interesting for us to talk a little bit about whether we feel that's actually true, like how that volunteers and staff are really equal, or if it's a bit of an aspirational thing that we try to keep in mind, maybe don't quite like that.
At least on the technical level, I would say definitely yes. I've had like equivalent access to Brian for a couple of years now, and as of 2 days ago, I think I have like Andrew's level of SRE access to the entire infrastructure. So people are very willing to give you access if you're doing things to help them, turns out, since no, they don't have to do it yourself. and as most of the communication is also going on public channels, so if you turn up and start to be helpful, people start to trust you and let you do stuff. So I would say definitely yes.
Yeah, I'm probably the person in the worst position to know whether volunteers feel co-equal or not, because I am the have made the most arbitrary decisions probably in the history of the project. It's always felt to me like the long-term future of cloud services was kind of inevitable. Like it's always seems sort of clear what the next thing that needs to happen is, the next feature set and the next stability and the next observability or whatever. And so to that extent, I can't say that we've ever consulted with volunteers about what's next, but we barely consult with ourselves about what's next because you know, right now we're racing to replace the grid. And that's not because we made a strategic decision to shut down the grid. It's because it was clearly inevitable. You know, it was an externalities that meant these things. I can easily imagine that our users, and to some extent our volunteers, feel like they're on a speeding train and that they didn't put down the tracks, right? But I don't know if it feels that way or not. I really hope that in incremental ways, in terms of what's actually happening today and what little decisions get made, I think that we include volunteers in those decisions mostly.
Mostly, yes.
Maybe there are people in the room there with you, Tavi, who want to say that they don't think that, and that would be great, because then we can learn from them about why they don't feel that way.
I don't. No one's here saying anything, so I'm taking that as no.
No, nobody jumped up and yelled and said we're all liars. That's good.
Yeah.
So I thought quite a bit about this in the lead up to this panel, and I honestly had not coordinated with Tavi before, and I was glad when he said that the things that he said that he thought, at least you know at a level of access and a technical decision level that were be cool. I think I would add that Tavi helps remind us to be more equal sometimes. There are days when like in any collaboration and any team that's got distributed members, right? There are days when we accidentally leave somebody out of a conversation or a decision. Tavi's been really good at both pointing it out it happens and being gracious, accepting our apologies, and trying to help us figure out a better way to move forward the next time. But I think part of it too, in thinking about it and in actually talking with Birgit about this a little bit as well, that at some level, I don't think we'll ever actually be equal. And here's the part that I think inequality and is going to remain an inequality. It's accountability. So I get paid to do the things that I do here. Andrew gets paid to do the things that he does here. And part of that getting paid, part of being employed, is that we have commitments to Wikimedia Foundation, right? Like the Wikimedia Foundation can choose to no longer employ us, to take away our money and tell us to go away. And that accountability is something that volunteers can't have, right? I can't fire a volunteer, and I wouldn't want to fire a volunteer, but I also can't I can't force a volunteer to do something. Like I can ask, and I can control, and I can nag, but ultimately Tavi and gets to decide every day whether Tavi wants to show up and continue to help us or not. Mm-hmm. And I think that's I think that's reasonable and fair. Right? Like I think that's a thing that shouldn't be considered equal. I shouldn't get to do just what the heck I want to do, and I shouldn't be able to force Tom.
Yeah, I mean, certainly there's some aspect of our work that is toil, that's drudgery, right? And we wouldn't ask volunteers for the most part to do that. I also wouldn't ask a volunteer to carry a pager to receive middle of the night, to wake up in the middle of the night to deal with a problem, because I mean, we're paid to do the annoying bits and the hard parts. The other thing that I've been thinking about with this question is time horizons. I said that thing about feeling like everything is inevitable. I mean, Brian and I both have been involved in this project for 10 years or 10 plus years. And that means that it's easy for me to work on a thing because I know how it'll benefit me 2 years from now or 3 years from now. And, a lot of volunteers just want to scratch their itch. They want to fix their little thing and then go away, right? Or they're, as Tavi is, they're students and they have other life events coming up and probably aren't doing multi-year commitments. And so the other way, I don't think that there are a lot of examples of volunteers steering those very long-term multi-year decisions. And I don't think that that's because it would be unwelcome so much as it is just that it seems like a lot to ask from somebody who's doing it for fun. I think that's all I had to say on that topic. I have to look at my notes again. Oh yeah, I have the word power law written down in my notes, which I think is just saying that there are, we're talking about Tavi and Yifei who really have worked essentially full time for months at a time on our projects. And they're the tip of a pyramid, that there are also volunteers who have worked full time for a week, and then there are also volunteers who appear and shepherd their little thing and then disappear for 6 months and then come back and then poke at their little thing and disappear. And I think rightly we accord different amounts of influence to those volunteers as well, based on their involvement. Yeah.
I think that answers, Andrew, that train of thought actually matches really well with one of the question I got from rolling around on social media for things people might want to hear about, right? And Sumana, who used to be at the foundation, I think he was from like about 2011 through 2014 and 15. She's basically developer advocate, right, and community manager for the volunteer tech community. Anyway, she asked a question on social that she was curious whether, as a group in cloud services, if we experience a thing that she cadence shear, which is a whole lot like a thing that I call impedance mismatch, which is kind of when different parts of the group want to do different things at different speeds, and that initially causes friction and then either gets resolved nicely or doesn't get resolved nicely. And I think a lot of what Andrew was saying there plays into that. For me, I think it's sort of my job as one of the people who gets paid to do this stuff to find ways to accommodate whatever working speed people who want to volunteer are capable of. So if Tavi or Ye or Valhalla or SCSC or any of the volunteers that we've had in the past, Catan, want to do something really fast, and I think it's my job to help get things out of their way so that they can do a thing really fast. And then I think the flip that, if I'm working on something in their volunteer capacity, things in life change, right? They got final, or they had a new member of their household, or they they move houses or whatever, right? And they need to take some time away. That we're all responsible for accommodating that, right? And either stepping to fill the gap if it's a thing that needs to continue to happen on a faster pace, or just making space for people to put things down for a while and then try to help them when they come back.
I'm interested in Tavi's thoughts about that. Like, Tavi, do you intentionally, like, when you start to work on a thing, do you think, oh, this is a 3-week project and so I will do it, or oh, this is a 3-year project and so I definitely will just leave it leave it alone?
I just work on what I find interesting, and for if there's a bigger project, usually I think we have like on Dallas testing environmental tools, but usually it's easy to work something on like weekend. I don't need your involvement during development. Then I have like stack of 10 patches I can push to you, and you can review those on your time. So usually, I think thankfully, not very often blocked on. I can't work on this thing because I haven't had reviews on this thing I was working earlier today. So it's easy for me to work on something and push it out for your reviews and come back later when it's all reviewed.
And I imagine that one of the aspects of something being interesting is you being able to watch it do something, right? Like you being able to experience the results of your work in sometime soon, rather than being like, oh, now I've cleared the path to make Andrew's life easier 18 months from now. Like that seems that's inherently less interesting, right?
Yeah, it's much more interesting if something happens now and not in 3 years' time when we're changing B to C in
And I try to prioritize volunteer patches for that reason, like to be like, oh, the iron is hot. You know, I'm going to review volunteer patches before I review staff patches, because the volunteers might get bored and leave, and the staff is less likely to do that. And I hope that's maybe aspirational. I imagine that I do that, but I hope that it feels that way on your end as well. That mostly when you're waiting up for a thing, somebody is like, oh, Tommy's waiting for this, and then we hop to it.
Also very common for me to, when I'm done with one thing, I move to something else and come back later when it can take a while for review, but I have something completely different that I'm now interested in. I'm no more interested in working on this other thing, and then it'll take me a while to get back after you review it and to fix stuff and get stuff merged.
Yeah, I certainly know as a volunteer myself in other projects that like time to review is #1 feature in whether I stay engaged or not. Like it's very easy to just get bored and forget if a patch sits around for too long.
If it takes too long, I just move to something completely different and maybe come back a month later or when that's interesting again.
Cool. Let's see. We've got like 10 minutes left. We got so much time. We could talk about 1,000 things in tense, right? Looking at the list of questions I had queued up. I think maybe the next one that might be interesting to ask is if people have ideas about changes that we might make, changes in policy or changes in practices that we do that feel like they'd be a good experiment, making it easier for us to collaborate together, or maybe even for us to attract more volunteers to help out.
The foundation Slack is definitely one thing that causes controversy quite often, since there have been, I think, several cases where someone comes up to you on Slack and, hey, how do I do this thing? And then you push something to review and I'm just, what's the context? And I don't have any context when everything is somewhere private. So like when something comes from the community, it's on a public channel that usually I can't see, but sometimes requests from the foundation is coming from a private channel. It'd be good to, maybe we could push those to public channels so everyone can get involved.
Yeah, that's basically what I wrote down too. It's not so much a thing that we can change as a change that we can resist, right? Is that as more and more communication moves into different disparate walled gardens, that we can say, no, no, that's not. I mean, Brian and I both have said it 1,000 times about Slack. That's not where our team is. Our team is not all staff. Therefore, they don't have access to Slack. We cannot move our work there because our team cannot follow us there. And so far, we've been able to say that and follow through. And that's true about Fabricator as well. But you're right, more and more information vanishes behind privacy walls. Yeah.
I don't think I would be here if cloud admin on IRC would be a thing.
Yeah. I mean, the flip side to that is that I'm concerned that IRC is very arcane, right? Like that you seem comfortable there, and if if I were going to answer this later question about how to advise somebody who's interested in getting involved, like lurk on IRC a whole lot, but that's a lot to ask of somebody who doesn't naturally function in that kind of chat environment. But I don't really know. Nobody is clear on what the next open communication forum is after IRC. I mean, there are many competing ones.
Yeah, I think that's a challenge on the scope of time that we have here to solve for sure. But thanks for bringing that out, Tavi, because and reinforcing, because I think that's a really good. And I think we even on IRC we sometimes catch ourselves hanging out in invite-only channels and talking there too, right? Before somebody goes, oh, wait, shouldn't we be talking? We're not talking about scary secrets that we have to keep private. We should go back to the admin channel or back to the end user channel, one or the other, to keep talking about these things.
And in fact, a question that I added to our annual survey is basically, where are you people? Where do you talk to each other? And I keep hoping that some year the survey will come back and will say, oh, it turns out that 70% of our users are all in this channel on Discord, and then we will follow. Like, we will cheerfully go to whatever public channel our users are in. It's just that right now the internet is too fractured for it to be at all clear where that somewhere is.
Well, we're getting down to the end now, I guess, with about 3 or 4 minutes left. So maybe we should jump to that last question you kind of teased there, Andrew. Is what advice would any of us give to someone who's interested in getting involved down deep, right? This infrastructure layer of the cloud projects. And I think I'm especially interested to hear what Tavi thinks is the path into doing that.
My view is to find something that's interesting to know you, not just something that's marked as a good first bug, because if, for example, if it's a bug that's been annoying you or a feature that you would find yourself useful, then you're much more motivated to work on it, and it's also easier to get started on when you maybe have a clear vision of how this should work, or instead of a generic fabricator's task of this would be a good thing for newcomer, and it's also much less work on us. We don't have to curate that list of good first bugs or answer generic questions on how do I get started on this very large space. On this very large space.
I absolutely agree with that. That the volunteers who stick around are the ones who show up mad about something. The volunteers who show up and say, "What can I do to help?" We can answer that question, but that's not nearly as motivating as having a thing that is clearly annoying to them and that they want to fix. But as you said, Fabricator does have, I mean, it's full of little things that need fixing. So certainly people can lurk in Fabricator and IRC until they notice a thing that they want to sink their teeth into.
So I think what I hear both of you saying in about the same way, slightly different words, is the classic line of scratch your own itch, right?
Yes.
Find a thing that you're happy to do, or a thing that you're happy to make go away, and start there, and then kind of shout. I think one of the things that makes me most noticeable and reach out to them and ask, hey, do you want mates? Do you want to do more things? Do you want to help more? Is notice people who are helping others use the platform, right? Like people who are answering questions on Wikitech Wiki, on our IRC channels, on our mailing lists, on our fabricator tasks, like people who are spontaneously helping out that way, right? Are often people that I first think about when I'm looking out and going, boy, it'd really be nice if we had some more fingers to put on boards right now. And so if you've been to catch somebody's eye and you haven't yet, that's another potential, right?
And I also, this is maybe too little too late, but I want to emphasize how much doc writing is an important part of volunteer contribution to our projects. You know, Brian had that list of volunteers that had contributed to get things, and I have a whole other list that is similarly long. That's people who never showed up in Git, but who have edited our volunteer docs and our technical docs. And sometimes the process of documenting a thing causes you to notice what's wrong with it, and then that's an entree into doing development work as well. Yeah, starting with support and documentation is a great way to start without having to understand the stack. You can just have a user's perspective and still be very useful to the projects.
Nobody's yelling in my ear yet that we're supposed to get off stage.
My timer is showing 2 minutes, but yeah, I think we're starting to run out of time.
Okay. Well, any last anything that folks want to say, something that they had in their notes to get out for the question or something that we didn't get to, or?
I think we have one in the room. Do we, or you can also come talk to me later if you want.
I'm interested in what tools and skills will be used more in 2 years by cloud services than they are now, like Kubernetes.
Could you talk to the microphone? We can't hear you if you're not talking to the microphone.
What kind of tools and skills will be used
Recording
more in 2
stopped.
years, like Kubernetes or other things I don't know about? What do you all disagree about its future?
Yes, of course, like one of our goals is to make it so you don't have to understand those technologies. But yeah, Kubernetes is on tool for growing, and I think Cloud VPS will likely stay on OpenStack for a long time. But we don't. Also, the industry is moving very fast. We don't yet know what's the modern thing in 2 years. But our goal is so that you don't have to understand what the technologies are as a user. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Sorry? Let's talk later. I think we're running out of time. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, my last words are just, we are interested in talking about this in the abstract, and also we're interested in having people contribute. And so anybody who's following along or listening should get up in our faces. Like we want to hear from you. We want to help. We want to know what's wrong. We want to know what's right. We aspire to be engaged and responsive. So please continue this discussion in any venue and at any time, and we'll almost certainly be interested in talking to you.
Yeah.
This is why especially Brian. Well, maybe not especially, but like this is our thing. This is why this is the project that we're committed to, is because of this porous community nature. It's what makes it fun.
Yeah, but I think we're out of time, so thank you everyone for coming here, and yeah, please come talk to us later if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Tavi.
figures, I like them.
You gotta overlap a little bit once you get crowded.
Also, it's annoying how that screen is so off the side, so I'm looking down. I thought you were supposed to public speaking with, oh well. That one. So we're back to the hearing. Or what time session? Is it?
The same.
Oh, it's his session. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Ninja. Search party.
yeah, let's talk that after your talk. Room 311 streams, I thought there were like 311 viewers.
It went viral, Tabby.
I have no clue how many people. I haven't watched it.
I think there was sometimes network.
Yeah.
So Wikipedia makes it
I know.
because they came in and were like, with the people in front of you doing the stream, they're like, it's not working, it's error, there's an error. And then, so I didn't think any of those like video, you can hold it. Everyone
They have it figured out by now. I can smell the money.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I heard this is not my phone, it's just watching it. Yeah. That's, I guess it's interesting, but what we do, which can do some kind of.
You have no choice like that.
You've got. Also,
It's 6:09 in housing. Yeah, and housing is like different most European time zone.
Yeah. There's someone on Discord playing every kind of person. Can you try that? It's always on the opposite time zone.
The 1 week.
Yeah, and it's the 1 week that they're not in the middle of it. Apparently, it usually clashes with some other. Usually clashes with some other event. Saying that's that. CCC.
The Congress is in like late December, and I think camp is like every 4 years. And camp is in like near Berlin.
Someone was saying that it's like odd they didn't clash a bit this time or something.
it's like a programming camp.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it's something that would make the airport that I went to really busy. I forgot what it was anyways.
Have you tried running that Wikipedia main page worked out from here?
Yes. I've not
Try that.
do it.
And we're like, no, it's really quick. Oh, because Singapore has one of
mentorship presentation, I like panicked because I was like, oh, all of my notes are on my laptop, which is not synced with what I'm like going through. And
Yeah, I'm always in two minds about notes because I feel like, okay, let me mute this. Oh, we're at the start. Okay.
got another minute or so.
Yeah, I always feel like I don't want to reach off too much.
Yeah.
But then if I don't have to, I don't forget stuff.
Yeah. Well. You're an articulate, good public speaker.
Thank you.
You're great. I'm full of awkwardness.
No, absolutely not. No, your session was really good.
Okay.
Yeah, no issues at all. Ready? Okay. Hi everyone. We're going to get started. So we've got quite a packed agenda. There are 4 speakers. We're going to make time for Q&A and discussion, so I'm going to dive straight into it. So this session is about supporting moderators at the Wikimedia Foundation. So this is about the work that we're doing over the coming year that we hope will particularly aimed at supporting moderators and experienced contributors. So as mentioned, we've got 4 speakers from 4 different product teams at the foundation, all working on different projects. I'll let them introduce themselves when they come through to their slides. But first, I wanted to mention what do I mean by moderators, because that's not a term we tend to use in the Wikimedia movement. It's used in a lot of other contexts, a lot of other online communities, but for whatever reason, we never ended up using the term in Wikimedia projects. So what we mean is kind of users that have extended rights of some kind. So they're stewards, they're functionaries, administrators, patrollers, the kinds of people that I see partially well represented in this room, who kind of look after the project, review edits, write policy, deletion discussions, all that sort of stuff. Not necessarily the newcomers or people focused on creating content. So that's what I mean whenever I say moderators for the rest of today. And this is kind of a focus for us this year at the foundation in terms of our product initiatives. We've focused a lot on growing the number of new contributors, the amount of new content over the last years, and I'm not slighting any of that work, but we have generally not focused as much on the administrators, the patrollers. That's definitely been lacking somewhat over the last few years. But we recognize that's a really important part of how our Wikimedia projects operate. We can't have all these new contributors coming in and adding new content without also thinking about how those edits are reviewed, how those articles are patrolled, how they get support. And so we want to really kind of focus on that this year. There's a key result text that I won't read in its entirety here that's in our annual plan. The aim this year is to improve the experience of editors with extended rights. We want to improve a number of workflows aimed at these sorts of users. We want to do so, there's a little term in there that says extend their creativity. We don't want these to be kind of constrained workflows. We want them to be things that you can customize and engage with and really make your own. And we're going to work with moderators in general to figure out how do we figure out if these things were successful? What metrics do we want to measure? So the agenda is we're going to go through each of these teams and the projects they're working on this year. We've got about 5 to 10 minutes per team kind of presentation on what they're prioritizing this year. And then we'll kind of leave things open for Q&A, for discussion, to kind of see what you think and have a chat. So first up is Kirsten from the growth team.
Hello. Growth team is probably not the team you normally think of working on moderator tools. We generally focus on tools for newcomers and new account holders. However, over the last couple years, the growth team has developed what is called community configuration features that help communities customize how growth features work on their wikis. And we feel like this feature is really powerful and that other teams and other engineers would really benefit from this. So the project that I'm going to be talking to you about today is community configuration, which is a tool mainly directed at admins, although that is a tool that could be opened up, could potentially be available to other user groups as well in the future, depending on what the feature is for. So before I go too far, let me just ask a real controversial question here. What drives you nuts about the Wikimedia Foundation? And we probably don't actually have time to like go through and list all the things. However, I bet a lot of you would mention some things that might fit into one of these three themes. The slow pace of software development. Sometimes it feels like there's insufficient transparency and communication between the community and the Wikimedia Foundation staff. And sometimes there's a lack of community involvement and decision making. It feels like, we've developed features and kind of decided for communities how they're going to work and that sort of thing. So I cannot solve all of these things, but I do believe that community configuration is a tool that can help take a step in the right direction and move us to a future where communities are empowered to configure features developed by the Wikimedia Foundation to kind of really work for their community. Because we acknowledge that, every wiki has unique needs and a unique user base. So Community Configuration 1.0 is a special page. It's Edit Growth Config, and it is already available on all Wikipedias. The basics of it is it's a simple form that any admin can edit to adjust how the growth features work on the wiki. So it empowers the community to customize tools based on their unique needs, and it's very easy to use. It's just, basically a form that you make some changes and save. You don't need to have any technical knowledge to make these changes, and once an admin makes a change, it updates the associated JSON configuration file. So it's really powerful. And I feel like sometimes eyes glaze over a little bit when I talk about community configuration without providing concrete examples of what it is and how it can be used. So I'm going to give you 3 different examples of how community configuration has been used in the past year. On Arabic Wikipedia, patrollers and moderators were feeling pretty overloaded and had a lengthy backlog of edits to review. And they decided to disable one of the newcomer tasks that the growth team has set up for newcomers. It's a really powerful task called Add a Link. It's not available on all wikis yet, but it basically helps newcomers. It increases the number of new accounts that actually move on to edit and increases their productivity, but that results in more edits. And sometimes there needs to be a balance between encouraging newcomers and also making sure that we're not overwhelming patrollers and moderators. So Arabic Wikipedia was able to, easily disable this task. It doesn't require a conversation with the growth team or, a request for changes or request for comment or anything like that. So another example is just recently, Swahili Wikipedia independently enabled mentorship features. They were able to do this without, any involvement from the growth team or an engineer enabling the features. They were able to just, quickly fill out the form and opt into it, and also set up how it works on the wiki. So they're able to customize the requirements for who can be a mentor, since all wikis are going to have a different version of who they think is qualified enough to provide mentorship. Third and final example is that an RFC was avoided on English Wikipedia. There's some concerns about the copy edit task. The reality is that any admin can go in and disable this task if it's causing problems, or admins can update the templates that are associated with articles that populate this task. There's the ability also to update and avoid articles that contain certain templates or categories. And admins can also decide what is the associated help page that we should surface to newcomers who are completing this task. So hopefully that gives you an example of how this has been used in the past for growth features. There's various successes I want to just quickly mention. It definitely empowers communities to make decisions that work for their wiki. It's usable by any admin. You don't need to be a technical contributor or engineer to make updates to the JSON configuration, which I think can be very powerful. There's a transparent edit history, so it's clear when a change was made and who made that change. And then the last 2 bullet points are like, maybe a little bit more hidden and visible to the growth team side of things, but it does definitely increase our speed of scaling features. It is a challenge to roll out features that work for all language versions of Wikipedia. It's impossible really to make a good feature that's going to be great on a huge wiki and a small wiki. And so community configuration acknowledges that we need to work with communities and figure out what are communities going to want to customize. It makes working with communities a much more integral part of the product development process. And like I said, it helps increase the speed at which we can scale the features that we develop because, we can scale to all wikis and let the wikis decide if they want to keep the feature enabled or disabled, customize it to work better for their wiki, that sort of thing. However, there are definitely some limitations with community configuration right now. Limited discoverability. I bet there's a lot of you here that have never heard about community configuration or the special page. In fact, can I see a show of hands? Has anybody in this room actually updated community configuration? No hands. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a little bit hidden. It is a feature that right now only impacts growth features for newcomers. So it is, something that more experienced editors often don't even know about right now. So definitely a key limitation right now. It isn't currently designed really to scale well. It is like a list of growth features that, you can't search through, or it's not, organized in a very logical way. There needs to be some improvements and design UX improvements for sure. No external access. So what that means is, the mobile apps and, external extensions can't access it or depend on it reliably. And right now it is limited to the growth experiments extension. So, that's a major limitation that is only available for growth features right now. However, we are hoping to work on what we are calling Community Configuration 2.0, which we hope to address some of those limitations. We hope to increase discoverability. We hope to improve the design and architecture and make sure it's more scalable. And we want to make sure that it can be utilized and relied on outside of growth experiments extension so that other product teams, other external engineers can utilize configuration easily. There's a central place and standards for setting up community configuration. And of course, we want to have robust validation and error checks so that, if a mistake is made on the form, it's not breaking anything for users. So next steps, we are very early stages of this right now. We're just in the planning discovery phase. We're gathering feedback from communities and current users of Community Configuration 1.0. We're starting to consult with technical stakeholders, both internally at the foundation and external technical stakeholders, and then we will be starting a technical RFC that provides, the more technical details of what we're proposing and make sure that the community and all technical stakeholders have the ability to provide feedback on this plan. I think, that is my last slide. But I would definitely encourage you, we're at this early phase where we definitely want feedback from people. So if you want to learn more, please either, check out the Associated Fabricator Epic or the Community Configuration 2.0 page on MediaWiki and, join the discussion or watch. We would love to have more feedback. So I'm going to pass it along to Sam now.
Cool. Thanks, Kirsten. So I'm going to talk about a project that will probably, maybe, use community configuration next year. we sort of realized that this product was going to need a lot of configuration from the community, so we think probably we'll end up plugging into that system. So the project is called Auto Moderator, and the idea is, as I'm sure many of you know, on Wikimedia projects there's a lot of very silly vandalism, the kind of drive-by stuff that just takes up your time reviewing. It's very unambiguous, you don't need to kind of have a lengthy discussion about reverting it, but it takes up your time anyway. This kind of problem just sort of adds to that workload for patrollers across our communities. On fewer than 10 Wikimedia projects, there is a kind of anti-vandalism bot that's been developed to kind of solve some of that problems. Some communities use abuse filter, though not that many. But these anti-vandalism bots are volunteer maintained. They're things that individuals are needing to sort of keep up with and ensure they keep running. And many of our communities would love to have one of those, but simply don't have the technical volunteer in their community who can go and work on that. So the sort of hypothesis that our team came up with for this year is if we enable communities to automatically revert obvious vandalism, then moderators, patrollers particularly, will have more time to spend on other activities. So effectively, if we can provide you with a thing like an anti-vandalism bot, then that workload will reduce. The patrollers and administrators that were previously having to go through some of these more clear-cut cases of vandalism will be able to spend their time in more productive ways, in better ways that more utilize your brain power rather than just sort of clicking the undo button on this obvious nonsense. So the project is currently called Auto Moderator. I'm very open to name suggestions. It's not ideal, but the idea is that we will develop a piece of software that allows this sort of automated detection and reverting of this obvious vandalism and provide this kind of configuration so that you can figure out exactly how it's going to work on your wiki, which is kind of the piece where we think community configuration will plug in. So this is a sketch of the sorts of things that we might imagine adding to that configuration. Things like whether it's turned on or not. I mean, we're not going to force this on anyone. Where you want to set the threshold for this system. Obviously, I'll talk about this in a second, but we're going to use a machine learning model, and so there's going to be some level of false positives involved there. That's sort of inevitable. But we want to make sure that communities have sort of fine-grained control and review over where that threshold is going to be, how many false positives are acceptable versus how many vandalism edits are going to be reverted. And then there's a long tail of potential other configuration options that we'll need to figure out and explore with community members. If you have ideas, I'm all ears, but we might imagine things like giving you control over the edit summary, over maybe the tool posts a talk page notice to the person it's reverting. Maybe we exclude certain user groups from ever being impacted by this. I'm sure there's a long list of things that we might include there, but we're very open to making sure that this is a tool that communities want to turn on and feel like they have control over, and isn't just something that like the foundation is saying you have to turn this thing on, how we see it working. So it's going to use some new machine learning models. You might be familiar with the ORES models. There's a few that are used in some of the existing anti-vandalism bots, the damaging model, the good and bad faith models. The research team at the foundation has been working on some new models. They think that they are better than ORES, the sort of analysis shows so far, at figuring out which edits should be reverted and which shouldn't. And one of the most powerful things is that they're language agnostic, so they work across, hypothetically, currently all Wikipedia projects, and I think maybe Wikisource at the moment, but we could train it on other Wikimedia communities as well. So the sort of goals for us with this project really are to primarily reduce moderation backlogs by sort of preventing those bad edits from ever being in your patroller queue. You know, if you're using Huggle or looking at recent changes, avoiding you ever seeing these bad edits that are very obvious and can just be reverted by the tool. We want to make sure that moderators have confidence that auto moderation is reliable and that it's not producing significant false positives. Obviously, I think for me personally, this is the biggest question mark I have at the moment about this project is, will these models even be good enough? Maybe there'll be too many false positives. So that's something we're going to have to look at closely. I think if the project is going to succeed, we want to make sure that those false positive numbers are at an acceptable level. But lastly, like I said, false positives are going to happen, and so we want to make sure that editors who are caught in a false positive have that clear avenue to go and report that false positive and make sure that it can be reviewed by someone. And hopefully have that not be too much work, right? And kind of, it would be sort of pointless if that was just as much work as you reviewing the edit in the first place. So in terms of the roadmap, the idea is that by this December, we're hoping to enable editors to sort of test the machine learning models that we're using. So we're not going to sort of dive straight into extension development. We're going to develop some simple tool that gives you the chance to see how the model would work, what edits would it revert, so that we can start collecting some feedback and data on what you think about that. Ultimately, if you look at that tool and you say the false positive rate is simply too high, then cool, we'll go work on something else. You know, we're not against that. But I think that'll help us really figure out how this could work hypothetically. And then in the new calendar year, we'll start testing auto-moderator with some pilot Wikipedias. We're working with Indonesian Wikipedia and hoping to work with one or two others when we actually start developing the tool for real. And obviously from there, we'll sort of iterate and figure out when other communities are happy to sort of start using it. If you want to learn more, you can go to mediawiki.org. There's 2 pages you might be interested in. The first one is a more in-depth overview of the project, going a bit beyond what I've talked about today. There's also a bunch of open questions there we have about how you think about the project, what concerns you might have, what questions you might have. We'd love to hear your thoughts on the talk page there. And then secondarily, we have a newsletter. We haven't actually sent any issues of it yet, but I will. If people sign up to it, then I will start sending some newsletters out so that you can stay sort of up to date with the project without just needing to watch those pages. That's me. I'm going to hand over to Jasmine now. It's pretty late in the US, so Jasmine has recorded her presentation. She will be around for questions afterwards, but I'm hoping we can pull up the video here.
Hello everyone, my name is Jasmine Tanner and I am the lead product manager for the official Wikipedia apps. I'm excited to discuss the steps we are taking to reduce barriers for patrolling on mobile devices for users with extended rights, specifically those with sysops and rollback rights. Our motivation for bringing patrolling to the app has been driven by feedback from our community. Advocacy for watch lists in the app has been heard through the App Store, our support email, and community wish lists. I'm happy to share that Watchlist is available on Android currently and will be available on iOS in the coming months. As we poured over our requests for adding Watchlists, a theme continued to emerge of people sharing what elements were most important. Rollback, undo, and thanks were functions that were highlighted as important actions to take. When we dug further, we also noticed a general theme of people wanting to take action on vandalism when they may be in transit or generally from their mobile device, which expanded our thinking beyond watchlists. We understood tools like Huggle, Twinkle, and SW Viewer, just to name a few, existed already. However, there were specific requests to take some of those elements and integrate them into the Wikipedia app. Based on the feedback from members of the community and intensive comparative analysis we conducted on existing patrolling tools, we found the following opportunities. We can empower mobile users. It can be challenging to have multiple apps for multiple purposes, which is why we received requests to bring a tool in the official Wikipedia app and wanted to deliver on it. Additionally, through our research, the only tool that was found favorable with mobile users was SW Viewer. You will find our interface services quality scores to aid in determining if an edit is potentially damaging, and the tool allows filtering. Our toolbar also increases access to take swift action on a feed of recent edits, even if you are in transit. More importantly, we hope users of the tool are able to review more nuanced edits and provide the type of guidance that only humans can. Something that stood out when getting guidance on building our base version was the importance of it not simply gamifying reverts without feedback. Supporting folks that were trying to make a good faith edit and encouraging others that are doing great work was also important, which we hope translates in our designs. Another piece of feedback that surfaced from our research was having to create custom scripts for patrolling and that being a barrier for some folks. There is also the challenge that some language wikis did not feel supported with current tools. While V1 of our feature is purposefully basic starting out, we are aiming to add more workflows that make sense on mobile as we get feedback about our base version of the feature. Finally, we wanted to ensure that users could provide feedback to the model we are using to detect edits that are at risk of reverts so that it can continue to be improved over time. Human feedback for data models are of the utmost importance. Here is a demo of the first version of the tool, and I'd love to hear your feedback during Q&A. Users with sysops and rollback rights would access the patroller task through the suggested edits entry point. You will be able to filter edits, and some of these options should look familiar to you based on recent edits filters on web. You can also easily switch between languages should you have extended rights on more than one language wiki. Reporting issues and accessing user information is readily available in the list view as well as the diff view. You have the ability to create and store warning messages locally on your device for V1, and in future versions, we will explore adding preloaded templates based on what is commonly used and agreed upon across different language communities. Warning messages are posted to a user's talk page. We've nested rollback and undo based on feedback to not make it too easy to roll back. The 2 clicks add a visual barrier. If you want to continue to monitor and edit, you can add it to your watch list. And you can also swipe or click the buttons at the top to move to the next edit in your list. Think is also readily available, which is helpful for if you find a user has already gotten to revert something before you did. We believe by building this feature, we can increase moderator velocity across several language wikis, specifically when users are primarily using mobile devices. We recognize that not all patrolling is currently suitable for mobile, so we are focused on actions that are. We also believe we will reduce barriers for patrolling for less technical editors with extended rights. Secondarily, that feedback provided to the model when the score isn't quite right will serve as an input to help improve its accuracy over time. With all of these ambitious goals, how will we evaluate success? Well, I'm glad you asked. We plan to monitor satisfaction. This is a major indicator. Satisfaction of people using a tool, as well as those that receive engagement via the tool, will be something that we look at. There will be an indicator in the edit summary when an action is taken via the app patrolling tool. We will monitor engagement overall. How often are people using it and then abandoning it? We will also look at what affordances are people commonly using in case there is a request to change things around in the app, or to make the case for customizing your toolbar, something that actually currently exists in the app for the article view. We will look at the impact, specifically by viewing the MediaWiki history to get an idea of the impact quantitatively on content as compared to other patrolling tools. We will also evaluate how the feedback to our data models may be improving score accuracy and the adoption and acceptance rate across language wikis. Finally, we'll look at education. This is for our future version. We hope to build a training gym for expert editors who do not yet have extended rights, so that they can get a feel for patrolling and we will walk them through how to request those rights in a safe environment. That training task is something we absolutely must and will do in partnership with current patrollers with extended rights. Once we ensure the patrolling task for users with extended rights is nailed down, we will make sure that we create the proper bridge with the training task. Some web tools currently are open to users who do not have extended rights, but some of the most notable ones are only available to people with extended rights. This was a pain point that came up as a tension between the two groups, and we want to be tactful about addressing it. So where are we in our timeline? We are currently building V1 of Patroller Task and refining designs. We plan to release V1 in October in partnership with the Indonesian Wikipedia community, with support from our community ambassador, Bonaventura. As we learn from the release, we will reach out to Spanish, French, and Chinese Wikipedia about the prospect of making the feature available for those language wiki communities, with, of course, improvements that we learned from Indonesian Wikipedia. Dependent on those consultations, we hope to make the feature available for all sysops and rollbackers across language wikis by March of next year. And around that time, we want to start discussions about a training task. Feedback is a gift, and I deeply value connection. So thank you in advance for anything you may share in the Q&A section. If you'd like to stay up to date with the project or apps work in general, feel free to visit our Media Wiki project pages or to subscribe to our newsletter, which is available on Meta. And I'll now pass it off to the next presenter.
Thanks, Jasmine. Peter should be online, I think, as well.
Hello.
Hey, Peter.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey. All right, cool. How's everyone doing? What's the vibe in the room? Yeah, nice. All right, cool. There we go. I'm jealous that y'all are there. I know Wikimania is like such a, I don't know. I always found it to be so energizing.
Quick addition, Peter. Let me know when to move the slides, and I'll click you along.
Yes, I think that's my prepared remarks to start. Yeah, you can go to the slides. All right, cool. Thank you, Jasmine. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Kirsten. Thanks all for spending time. I know there's like so many sessions and so many places you could be. So the fact that you're here with us is awesome. So we're going to get into Edit Check, which is one of those kind of moderator focused or adjacent initiatives that we've all been kind of sharing in this session. And Edit Check specifically, we're kind of describing it as a way of offering people actionable feedback about policies while they're editing. People in this context is more so referring to people who are new to editing and people who are a little bit less experienced, and they're arriving on the wiki with an intuitive sense of what they want to change, but maybe not necessarily aware of the expectations that come with making a change of that sort. Sam, can you go to the next slide, please? And this project really sees itself as part of kind of like a long lineage of efforts that volunteers have made over the years that have tried to communicate with people who are new, to equip them with the information and they know how they need to make changes that they're proud of and that projects value and find useful. But the situation that we kind of see ourselves in is that while we've lowered the technical barriers to contributing to our projects, our interfaces don't do the best job of making people aware of the policies that they're expected to follow. So here's like a kind of zoom in of Sitehood, which many of us are probably familiar with. And this person is essentially attempting to use Twitter as a source, which maybe if you've never edited before, makes total sense. Someone said something, I'm going to put that information in this place where there's a bunch of other information of this sort. Why wouldn't I use Twitter? But if you go to the next slide, Sam, you'll see, and I think that we're all aware, that we actually have more of a subtle opinion about what is deemed to be a reliable source in our context and what isn't. And so what ends up happening is that newcomers feel unwelcomed and really come to question whether Wikipedia is a place where they belong. So they arrive in some cases with really good intentions and then come to find that that energy and effort is not really valued. So if you go to the next slide, Sam. And then on the flip side, this is a two-sided problem, right? Is that experienced volunteers then end up needing to spend time kind of patrolling edits and really trying to reach newcomers in opportune moments. But people seem to miss each other. And so when we think about edit check and talk about it internally, a lot of it is around timing. Like, how do we have the information that people are open to receiving and crucially motivated and equipped to apply it come at just the right moment? So if you go to the next slide, Sam. That's what we're trying to do with edit check. So the first kind of check that we're calling it is going to prompt people to add sources when they forget to do so. Sam, is it possible to hit play on that? I think it's going to take you to a different tab on Commons. Is it possible to do that? Yeah. And how am I going? Am I going too fast? I can't. Yeah, how's that feeling, the pacing? Can you hear me?
You're doing great. Yeah, thumbs up.
Okay, thank you.
We're just
Excellent,
figuring
thank
out if we can
you.
play the video.
Okay, cool. I thought that slide template this year was so good. I mean, it's always good, but it really, yeah, I really like this one.
Yeah, props to the designers.
Yeah. Oh, cool. All right, cool. So this is what the first kind of edit check is kind of going to be like on mobile. And you'll see here, so you're going to open up the visual editor on mobile, and just imagine you're kind of new and you're coming to the projects for the first time or for a few times, and naturally you're like, oh, this piece of information is missing, let me add it. You're used to contributing on other platforms where you don't necessarily have to cite your work. And in this case, the interface is going to prompt you to consider adding a reference because you neglected to do so or didn't even think that that's something that would be beneficial. And then you pretty much publish your edit. And again, we're really trying to figure out what the right moment is to intervene. And I'll go into kind of like timing and sequencing in a sec. Oh, beautiful transition, thank you. Next slide. So yeah, the kind of operating hypothesis or core assumption here is that if we can surface relevant feedback in the precious moments when people are actually editing and equipping them with kind of know-how and tools necessary to act on this guidance, we'll land at this intersection of people making changes that they're proud of. You know, they arrived to the wikis on their own to make these changes. And we want to, as best as we can, help them experience the joy, the satisfaction, the fulfillment, I think that we're all used to feeling when you make a contribution that improves the wikis and experience volunteers' value. And so that's why, like, nailing that moment is what I think a lot of the success of this project kind of rests on. If you go to the next slide, Sam. And yeah, two of the ways that we're kind of considering evaluating the success of this project, and I paused a little bit there because it's going to be more of a holistic evaluation for reasons that I'm not going to go into in this moment, but two of the things that we're looking at are, did the proportion of kind of edits that involve people adding new content, does the proportion of those that get reverted go down? And then crucially, of the new content edits that people make, do we see an increase in the proportion of those that actually include references? Next slide, Sam, please. And so the plan for this year is to try out a few checks and try out a few, quote, moments within people's editing experience. So if you hit the next slide, that's what we're trying to do. And one way that we think about this work is that if we take a very high-level view of how we moderate on the projects. And I'd be curious to see if this actually resonates with people, but I found it kind of instructive is like, okay, we give people information before they edit. So we've got a ton of documentation. Um, just before you get started, we've got edit notices. So that is kind of front loaded. You've got all this instruction that happens on the front. And then on the back side, we've got abuse filters. Of course, you can have an edit reverted. You can receive a message on your talk page when you've done something wrong or unexpected. And none of that is actually happening in the moment when you're in the midst of doing something and potentially motivated to make a different choice. And so this year, what we're doing and what those kind of yellow bars represent in that second diagram, who knows if it's effective of visualizing this, but yeah, can we intersperse bits of feedback and tools that could invite people to make choices that align with what they're motivated to do and crucially, what projects value and find useful. So that's kind of the core of it. If you go to the next slide, Sam, I think that might be it. Yeah, there's project updates. In hindsight, I think I should have used the wiki codes. I like that y'all did that, but the links are there. There's also going to be a session immediately following this one in the same room to talk about this project in more detail. But yeah, that's the gist. And yeah, thanks for tapping through the slides, Sam. And I think I'm all set.
Cool, thanks, Peter. Great, we have about 20 minutes, so plenty of time for questions and answers, discussion. There's the 4 projects that have just disappeared, but I hope you remember them. Feel free to ask any questions you might have, any sort of open topics that come to mind. And there are 2 mics kind of on either side of the room so that our remote speakers can hear us. So I guess feel free to head up to those and we can get started.
Thank you so much. You hear me? Okay. Thank you so much for the presentations. I have a question to Sam. How do you think about how different languages will have the quality of the tool, the quality of ML models will be impacted by different languages? So, for example, will it work better in English than in some other languages, and how are you approaching that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there are actually 2 models that we're looking at using that the research team has been working on this year. Both of them provide a score for how likely an edit is to be reverted. One of them is fully language agnostic. It only uses metadata about the edit. So is it a new editor who's making their first edit to a long-standing page and they remove a bunch of text, for example? That is likely to give that a big score, right? And so for that model, language should not be relevant. Obviously, we'll have to test that and see how it works in practice, but the idea is that that should work across all languages. There's a second model which integrates, I think, a large language model as part of it. It supports somewhere in the region of 45 languages. Many of the major languages, the biggest projects that we have are supported by that one. And that does everything the other model does, but then also integrates some analysis of what the text was that was either added or removed. And so we're going to have to evaluate that and see, how well does that work, how well does that perform versus the other one in practice. But our hope is that one should be more accurate and because it includes those other signals. And then kind of as we roll this tool out, we'll just have to kind of take it wiki by wiki and see, do those communities think this is accurate? Is it working for them? Are there quirks because of the language? And just kind of see how that goes, really.
Hi, for Kristen, sorry. Is the special page available for non-admins at this point in a read-only mode or not?
Yeah, so sorry, I realized after I stepped away, I never actually introduced myself. My name is Kirsten Stoller. The special page is visible to anybody on the wiki right now. It is only editable by admins at this point. But yeah, if anybody can navigate to that special page, edit growth config, to see what the current settings are. Does that answer your question?
Thanks.
Cool.
Right, so I actually have a question for the apps team with regards to the
mobile tool for reverting edits. I just wanted to ask, is there any plans to integrate or communicate with how the current tools work for counter vandalism, especially the ones that only run currently on computer or the desktop? Mainly because I was thinking there might be some, duplication of work that's happening, and it'd be better to have like a centralized location for like warnings and things like that.
Yeah, that's a wonderful idea. So for us ourselves, it would be really difficult to build that in isolation. I think if we were to have enough conversation with some of the outside developers that have created those external tools, and then show that there's a case to try and connect things like warning messages so there isn't a duplication, that there could be an API built for that that allows us to do that. So I think it's a great idea. It's something that I can bring up and also try to partner with other tools to see if it's possible. I can't make any promises within just the apps teams, just by the sheer nature of the type of development power we have within our team and the resources. But yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Right, so I have a question regarding community configurations. Specifically, you talked a lot about bringing stuff to Wikipedias. Would this also be usable by extension, say like proofread page, or like especially in wiki sources where, or wiki dictionary, wiki voyage, where configuration is there as well?
Yeah, good question. I didn't totally cover that because plans are still a little bit up in the air. But our initial plans, we are hoping that it is available to, other wikis, other extensions, that sort of thing. Discussions are still ongoing about that, whether or not like community configuration is something that we want to actually add to MediaWiki core, or is it a separate extension? Still to be determined. But yeah, that's definitely something we're thinking about. So yeah, thanks for that question.
Would it be okay to like, so I saw in the fabricator task that you are listing like some of the use cases. Would it be okay to say like put in a task for say proofread page would want to integrate with this at some point?
Yeah, please do. Add to that fabricator task, add a comment about, like what you're hoping to see or what extension you want to have support for, and we'll definitely consider it. That would be great.
Sure. Also, since it's available to all administrators, would there be a case where you would look at edit warning or something along those lines? Like two admins trying to change the configuration and disagreeing on it?
Yeah, that's another thing that we've talked about as far as definitely we want to make sure that part of this project that we're working on is coming up with guidelines for usage. And so, the assumption is that any admin that is making a change has had like at least some initial conversations with other admins and community members to make sure there's, general consensus about any big change that is made. And there's other ideas that we've discussed about like, are there certain configuration changes that would need to be, require more than one person to approve it or something like that? Like, are there other safety measures that we should consider and put into place to ensure that, like one admin doesn't make a change that is a pretty big impact that other community members don't agree with. So still, like I said, very early stages, and some of this is still to be determined, but we're definitely thinking about that as well.
Also, okay, last question. You mentioned it's stored in a JSON file. Interface administrators are able to edit that willy-nilly, so would that cause a problem, or do you think it would be non-editable? Like the JSON file would be non-editable and it would only be configurable via the interface?
Yeah, I wish one of my engineers was here to answer that question, but I believe that it still will be editable by interface admins. It's not like we're restricting that in any way. We're just kind of like adding an ability to make some changes fairly easily by non-technical admins. Yeah. Thanks for your questions.
Hello, I'm Novum Lingue. My question's for Sam regarding your tool. I wanted to give you my first impressions of it. I think it sounds like a really promising idea because, in my opinion, ClueBot, the anti-vandalism bot used on English Wikipedia, has been the most successful AI in the history of the movement. It significantly reduced vandalism on English Wikipedia. I go on to other anti-vandalism tools now, and I run out of things to do. It really changed the landscape. So I'm wondering how much your tool will be kind of copying the model of ClueBot. And I think one of the things that makes ClueBot really successful too is its very low false positive rate. You're planning to kind of have you'd probably train the model, and then you'd want to configure the false positive rate to be really low. Mm-hmm. And also, are you going to implement it as a bot or something else, like maybe an extension?
Yeah, I hope I remember each of those questions in turn. So yes, we are looking at all the other anti-vandalism bots that exist. ClueBot obviously is a big one. I think there's about another 8 or 9 across other Wikimedia projects. So really the bulk of the work that I've been doing so far on this project has been going and looking at those bots. How do they work? How are they configured? What does the community think of them? What discussions have happened around them? And that's really all been feeding into the configuration of this tool. So to give one example, I think ClueBot and some of the other bots will only revert one editor once every 24 hours, something like that, to avoid edit warring. So that's one of those things I thought, oh yeah, I hadn't considered that. Let's make sure that's on the roadmap as something we're considering. So yeah, huge inspiration from those. False positive, yeah, absolutely want to minimize that, obviously. Don't want to impact editors who were just here to make a good faith edit that was sort of erroneously picked up. Really, the goal there is for us to make the baseline of this tool and this model as good as possible, try and exclude as many edits that we know are likely to cause false positives. The growth team's structured tasks, for example, we probably won't operate on those because they're so constrained that they're unlikely to be bad. Or at least the model is unlikely to be able to tell if they're bad. So we'll do as much as possible to reduce that baseline, and then really it's up to the communities then to set those thresholds where they want them. Some communities are happier with more false positives as long as the vandalism is handled, and other communities are very strict. I know ClueBot is particularly strict at how low the false positive rate is. So we'll set the baseline as low as possible and then make sure that communities can sort of configure that however they feel comfortable. And the third question was?
Are you going to implement it as a bot or an extension?
Yes, it will maybe be both. It definitely, it almost certainly won't be like a thing that's hosted on ToolForge or Cloud VPS, just because that's sort of a bit harder for us to manage, gives us less options. It may end up looking like a bot on Wiki, maybe more like the sort of abuse filter role account that performs blocks. So it might be like in an extension, but look like a bot. But that's still very much like a thing that we need to figure out. Our team's engineers have said, sounds like a good idea, and then haven't looked into it in more detail yet. So those will all be questions that we'll kind of be figuring out.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, hello. I also have a question to Sam. When I was sharing information about the project of auto-moderation in my community, one of the criticism that arose that it sort of copies already existing system of ORES. So what's the difference, and what's the relation with that?
Yeah, that's a great point. So ORES, I don't know if anyone from research is in the room because they could speak to this better, but as I understand it, ORES is kind of a set of models. So there's a bunch of different machine learning models. The ones that are used in sort of recent changes are like the damaging model and the model that tells you if it's a good or bad faith edit. That system is being deprecated. There's a new platform called Liftwing that all those models are being migrated over to. And in particular, the damaging models, the good faith models, are being replaced with these new models that we're using. So the new models will look very much like the old models, and many of the tools are changing from ORES to these new models. And so we're just going to jump sort of straight to the new models rather than using the ones that are going to be deprecated.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
We've got about 5 minutes. I wonder, Peter and Jasmine, do you have any questions for the room? I'm aware that sort of Kirsten and I can kind of mingle afterwards, but this is your opportunity to ask any sort of open questions that are on your mind.
I guess so it was nice to hear about the idea of connecting warning messages, especially if you have an account already on a different tool. We've been doing research on like comparing other tools to see as we, build out something more robust what to bring over. And so I'd be curious to hear from folks if there are elements from Huggle, Twinkle, SW Viewer, anything else that are really important to them, and they're like, I'd really like to see these elements in the app.
I don't want to put you on the spot, but I saw some mumbling. Do you have thoughts?
Hi. Just some background. I'm currently the lead developer of Ultraviolet. It's a counter-vandalism tool on the English Wikipedia. So I'm definitely down for the idea of having all of these counter-vandalism tools interconnect. Actually, that's one of the things that I really wanted to do is most of the warnings and the revert reasons that we have right now, they're very fragmented and they differ based on the tool that you're using. So at least from our side, we'd love to have this connection between tools so that not only does it stay the same for all the tools and so that it stays standard for the entire wiki, but it's also a good way to make sure that the same set of warnings and revert reasons are vetted by the community and they agree with it, and it's not going to cause any problems in the future. And Novem is here, so he's one of the lead maintainers of Twinkle, so maybe he has something to say as well.
I'm not trying to put any tools out of business. I just want to say that before.
Go ahead.
You have any questions for me? What was the question again?
Well, the original question was, are there elements from other tools that should be included in the app? I actually like the way that the question was answered, like the alternative way the question was answered, of like how can we actually connect some of these tools so that we are able to reuse things like warning messages. And so if there's other ideas you have like that I'm definitely happy to hear. And also I hope that somehow I can get both of you all's information so we can figure out how to collaborate.
I'd say reusing the messages shouldn't be too hard because you could program in the list of standard warning templates. What kind of features do you already have in the app for anti-vandalism? Do you have rollback yet? Do you have stuff like that? Is that where you're going to be working on?
Yeah, we currently have rollback, we have undo, but those are on watch list pages. And so for the patrolling tool, it'll just be allowing it for a feed of recent edits, and then it'll be adding it for warning. But something that we did do some research with current folks who have rollback rights. And one of the things that they said is for like more large language wikis, they do have really good like warning templates. And then what's happening is for other languages, they end up having to just copy what they see on some of the large language wikis. And it would be helpful to have some of that stuff already preloaded in their languages. And so that's one of the things we want to try to help to address.
Community configuration.
One of the downsides to community configurations is the apps can't use it, but maybe in a future version. But yeah, that would be awesome, right?
Yeah, good.
Community configuration 2.0. That is, yeah, we want to make sure that that is one of the things that the new version of community configuration can solve, that the mobile apps could take advantage of it.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges, though, to support all the language wikis. You do need to add a lot of configuration options and feature flags and stuff like that. You'd have to have a way for them to kind of pick what warning templates they're using, and hopefully they'd be the same types of warning templates. We probably have hundreds on the English Wikipedia. I don't know if they'd always correspond one-to-one, so some thought would need to be given to that.
Yeah, definitely.
There's also for other wikis that for English Wikipedia we use a 5-tiered system, or technically 5 tiers. There's level 1, 2, 3, and 4 based on how more likely bad faith it is, and then there's the fifth one, which is like stop immediately. And this system doesn't really transfer out, or some wikis have this system as well, but some of them like just have like, especially for smaller ones, is the only thing they have is like stop immediately, because they block you instantly. So I think finding a way to have like all of these warning templates sync together and have them to being able to think of a way to not only just have the warning templates, but also like be able to support how the other wikis do it as well. And especially since, you know, they kind of do their own thing, so we'd want to, as much as possible, like still let them do their own thing even after we've made all of this connecting and integration and everything.
Yeah, y'all, please, if you can get my email from Sam or Kirsten, I'd love to continue talking about this, especially I know you said going based on bad faith, and I know that we're switching, some folks will be able to use the legacy API for ORs for using good faith and damaging, but I know they're encouraging folks to move over to this new revert risk model, and so I wonder also how that will play into the levels of warning, and so also thinking about that so we have uniformity would be great.
Yeah, we got to wrap up. The clock says 3, 2, 1 seconds right now. So thank you, Peter and Jasmine, for joining. Thanks, everyone, for coming to the session. This was a super useful discussion. If you're interested in Peter's presentation, he's about to give you even more detail in the same room right after this, so stick around.
You hear music in my ears? I don't know if that means it hasn't started yet. Okay, maybe that. Okay. Um, it's kind of an interesting experience presenting without knowing knowing who's there. But anyway, hi. My name is Peter Pellberg. I work as a product manager on the editing team. And today I'll be presenting on the behalf of our team, talking about how might we put policies in people's hands while they're in the midst of editing. So I'm gonna go, oh, beautiful, thanks. So we're gonna talk about a project that actually kind of first emerged in our minds 2 years ago at Wikimania, actually, in 2021. So this kind of is going to talk about how that idea has evolved and taken on actual form. Thank you very much for setting up the camera. So Edit Check, as we're calling it, is an effort to offer people actionable feedback about policies while they're editing. And the way that Edit Check currently works is that it prompts you to add sources, specifically newcomers and people who are just learning to edit, when they forget to do so themselves. So this is a little prototype. You see someone adding new text. They go to hit publish. They didn't realize or forgot to add a reference, and then the mobile visual editor is going to prompt them to do so. They're presented with the normal kind of citation experience, and then they're off to hopefully publishing their edit, accompanied with a reference. And that's the first version. This, let's see if I can advance. Here we go. And this idea kind of is a descendant of, I think, ideas that have been, floating around the movement for at least 5 years. But like I was mentioning, it really took shape 2 years ago at Wikimania in 2021. And we had this session called Software and the Future of Editing. And we brought together volunteers and staff members to kind of ask this question of, how might we evolve our software to help newcomers make edits that actually align with our policies and grow into thriving contributors? Because one of our hypotheses was that policies were just kind of out of reach or just even outside the minds of people when they're in the midst of editing our projects. And this kind of the thing that really brought this project into sharp focus for us is coming to realize that while we've done a bunch of really great work simplifying technically how to contribute, the actual policies and expectations and conventions haven't really made their way into the software fully. We've got inline comments, we've got edit notices, we've got abuse filters, there are template talk page messages. They're kind of a bunch of messages on the periphery of our editing experiences, but in terms of actually making their way and affecting the steps and workflows themselves, they haven't really fully made themselves all the way there yet. And that's really what this project is about. And it feels so crucial because we find this pattern where guidance kind of comes at the wrong moment. It's either too soon where you're like, forget the instructions, I'm just gonna click edit and do this thing. Or maybe it's too late. You've already published an edit that someone reverts, or you published a new article that someone deletes, and then you have an explanation on your talk page. And by that point, you're like, am I really going to invest the time and energy into learning how this thing works? It seems like there's so many instructions. And the impact of that is kind of twofold. Newcomers feel unwelcomed, and they question whether Wikipedia is a place where they belong. And experienced volunteers kind of repeat themselves and grow tired. Same people, or people keep coming to our projects, making the same mistakes. How do we kind of stem the flow of this? And we just don't think this is working out for anybody. And that kind of brought us, so what's happened since we've kind of named this issue, identified its impact? And what have we been up to for the past couple years? We haven't solely been working on this, but we've gotten together as a team and sketched out a bunch of ideas, and kind of want to share you how that demo that you saw up front came to be. And so over the past 11 months, we've had a bunch of conversations on Wiki. We've had 11 community conversations with volunteers around the movement, specifically focusing on volunteers, English-speaking volunteers and French-speaking volunteers. The reason for that is we're really centering people editing from within sub-Saharan Africa, the newcomers, in this project, and most often those are the two projects that they're contributing to most. And through this process, a couple kind of principles emerged about really guiding how we approach the experience that you saw. One is really embodying this idea of no firm rules. The interface is going to invite people to make choices, and ideally, the interface creates an expectation that you are empowered to decide whether the invitation it's presenting to you is relevant or not. But ideally, it doesn't create an experience where people start to feel like, oh, I'm doing something wrong if this is telling me I should do this thing, or it doesn't give you the freedom and flexibility to do something different because there's a reason that you think that the edit you're making doesn't need to follow the kind of convention that the interface is suggesting. The other thing is encouraging interaction. I think one of the things that we heard so often in our community calls, specifically with volunteers who have been traditionally excluded and underrepresented on our projects, is that oftentimes they make a contribution and it feels like there's no opportunity for a dialogue. This can sometimes come up when you're creating a new article and you don't even have an opportunity to articulate why something or someone might be notable. It just looks like on its face that content is deleted. And so ideally with this interface, we're providing context on both sides. People who are new have this understanding and expectation that this is not like every other place on the internet where self-expression is centered. There are expectations, there are policies that help Wikipedia remain and continue to grow to be this vital resource that everyone can depend on. And on the side of experienced volunteers, it's helpful to know what motivated someone to make an edit, why they thought the contribution they're making may not necessarily need a citation. Maybe the person they're writing about is someone who is on a topic that just has been, again, traditionally underrepresented within the sources that our projects typically deem to be reliable. And shouldn't there be room in our patrolling conversations for edits of that sort? I'm not going to go into each one, but it was really valuable to be in conversation and surface these principles that we can hold ourselves accountable to imbuing the software with. The other thing that we kind of learned is trying to figure out, well, what is the right moment to offer people feedback? Kind of like I mentioned, we seem to be really well practiced with giving people a bunch of instructions up front, almost said obstructions, which anyway, instructions up front. And then we also are pretty good at giving people feedback after the fact, once they publish an edit. So one of the things that we were looking at in our design process is trying to think about when is the right moment to provide people feedback. Is it in the moment when they're looking over their edit before they hit publish, which you see on the left? Is it just as they hit publish before they hit save while they're writing an edit summary? Is it after the fact? Is it more likely that people are going to respond to feedback if they're offered guidance about how they might improve an edit that they just made? So those were some of the questions that we have been asking ourselves. And the hypothesis really here is, can we time feedback so that it arrives in a way that it feels like encouraging, empowering, and not punishing? I don't know if this metaphor will track for y'all, but sometimes we talk on the team of like, there's a difference between you cooking and that ingredient that you're wanting to add just like arriving in your hand at that right moment, just as you need to, let's say, like put it in the pan or the wok, and someone kind of laying out the recipe all at once at the top before you've even chopped your vegetables. It's like, are you going to be able to remember that thing or even want to know about that instruction that is so specific to this thing that's further along? And so the idea is that if we can time feedback to come at the right moment and crucially equip people with tools to apply it, then maybe people will make edits they're proud of and projects actually deem useful. I am looking at the time and I kind of want to talk, so I'm going to kind of cruise through these last ones. So anyway, the two of the ways that we're thinking about evaluating the success of this project, and by no means the only ways, but we're basically trying to lower the proportion of edits, new content edits that are reverted, and increase the proportion of those edits that actually include references. And in terms of where we are now, I love this sketch. Pao, who's a designer on the language team, if you've never met him, he draw this amazing diagram of like what the software development process looks like, or kind of looks like in actuality, and that's what you're seeing. But anyway, we're in the refinement stage. We're going to have an initial release, hopefully pretty soon, and then we'll probably find ourselves somewhere back in that tangle, refining the feature based on what we learn about how people actually use it. And in terms of like zooming out, how are we thinking about this year? This kind of comes back to that moment thing that I was referring to. We kind of think that moderation or instruction happens right now, either at the very beginning of an edit or at the end and after you publish. And with this project, we're really trying to sprinkle in this feedback in moments so that it's you know, it arrives at the right time. And so this year we'll be experimenting with a few checks. That's what these yellow bars represent. And we have a prototype that we've been talking with volunteers about for, I want to say like 6 weeks. 6 weeks now. There's so much incredible feedback, of which I'm happy to go into, but it's available for you to try. And that's pretty much what I had prepared. If any of this kind of like, you know, sparked a question, or Peter, you said something and it wasn't fully clear what you meant, we can definitely go into that now. There's also kind of 2 key ways that you can kind of remain updated and also participate in future conversations, and the links are there. So yeah, if there's anything that this brought to mind, like, oh, this is energizing, or like, have you ever looked at abuse filters? This sounds very familiar. I'm here for it all. And thanks for kind of like, you know, deciding to spend your very scarce Wikimania time with me and edit check. So I am going to pause here. If there are any questions or reactions or feedback, let's do it.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can. This is a very surreal experience because I'm looking at you at your back, but yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, there you go.
Hi,
Cool.
I'm Johanna. I work at Wikimedia Deutschland, Wikimedia Germany, and I run the technical wishes survey there. And I just wanted to mention that in our last survey in 2022, there was also a focus area that was up for vote. That was called something like give help while editing. So that sounds very similar, I think. And that actually made 2nd place. So that was like, yeah, not the one that won, but pretty close. So there's, I would say, definitely a need for that in German Wikipedia. And I wanted to ask, though, like the things that were mentioned for this focus area specifically were about typography also, like when people, stuff that gets reverted, something like, oh, you used the wrong quotation marks, for instance, or something else, like also some things that are specific to the creation of articles, like mistakes that people typically make when they create a new article. Is this something that's also you see falling under this project somehow?
That's a great question. Yes, and no. So I'll unpack that. So yes, insofar as I think conceptually, absolutely. The idea of providing people feedback who are creating new articles absolutely falls within the idea of this project. I think no is maybe too strong of a word. Whether we'll implement it as part of this kind of fiscal year is TBD. Actually, if you were at the last session and saw Kirsten from the growth team, that's actually something that our two teams are talking about. Is there a world in which there are checks that are presented to people who are just creating new articles? So I can imagine something like, it needs to have this minimum number of sections. It needs to have this minimum number of wiki links. Based on the number of paragraphs, each one of these should have references. So absolutely, like, you're right there. Yeah, cool. Thanks for the question. Yeah, totally.
Now this is weird for us because I'm looking at you over there, but your face is actually that side. But anyway, hey Peter, I'm going to ask a leading question because this is a conversation we've been having. But I wondered if you could talk to the side of kind of moderator creativity. You know, how you're thinking about how these things might not be foundation defined checks, but like community defined checks, and yeah, where that conversation's going for you.
Yeah, great question, Sam. Wonder where it came from. Yeah, one of the things that I think that Sam, Kirsten, and myself have kind of have kind of talked about is, how might we make something that enables volunteers to define checks for themselves? So, Johanna, you were articulating, if we were to kind of abstract the statement or the question that you asked is kind of a bit of an if this then that statement. Like, if someone with this of this account age with this number of edits is attempting to create a new article, then that new article should have X, Y, and Z. And if any of X, Y, and Z thresholds are not met, then present them with this message or this feedback or this call to action. And so in an ideal world, if this project proves successful, is that kind of configurability, that kind of creativity is something that lives on the wikis, because personally, I don't think this project is super exciting if the editing team and product teams are needing to write each one of these individual checks. So that's something that we're trying to learn through the course of this project. And something that Kirsten, Sam, and myself are actively talking about is like, okay, we're each of our teams are building these bits of functionality that when you kind of compose them together could potentially create the kind of creativity that I think Sam was alluding to. And abuse filter is one of those existing features that we draw a lot of inspiration on, just because of how much how much kind of expression it's unlocked for volunteers. The question is, can we deliver feedback of that sort that's appears earlier and comes as more of a helping hand and less as a well, maybe not. Anyway, I'll pause there. Yeah.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah. If there's no questions, something that I've been trying to think through, and I don't know how much time we have, is someone brought up a really good question on the talk page actually yesterday. And they were like, all right, so this is me summarizing them, but they were saying, okay, so you're gonna, if effective, we're gonna have more people adding references. But those references could be extremely unreliable. And it's more difficult to patrol an edit that adds new content that lacks a reference than an edit that adds new content and has a reference. And so something that I've been thinking through over the past, just day or so is like, how will we detect if that's happening? Are we going to need to rely on people manually reporting that's the case? So that's something I'm trying to sift through is, yeah, what happens or how might we, how might this not in the short term turn into actually more work for moderators because they're, less clear-cut cases of whether a new content edit is productive or not. Yeah.
I have a quick thought about that actually.
Yeah, talk to me.
Yeah, one example you might look to from the past is the one lib one ref editing campaign that I used to be involved in running, that I think we still run from the foundation. The idea was to encourage librarians to come to Wikipedia and add a citation, right, to something that needed it. The campaign got a little bit gamified, right? So there was kind of leaderboards and statistics, who was adding the most citations. And in some communities that we engaged for those new editors, we sort of saw that behavior, right? That there was sort of like shortcuts or a misunderstanding about what a reliable source was. They were adding any source because that meant they got their point on the leaderboard. And so there's probably some folks involved with that campaign that will have sort of interesting thoughts about how they might have tried to solve that problem, or how we try to encourage or educate those editors about what is or isn't a reliable source. That might be a useful place to go.
Great spot. Yeah, I hadn't considered that. Thank you, Sam. I will probably ask you in Slack at some point later who a good person to talk to about that would be. Cool. Well, thanks, whoever is there. Thanks for coming. And I hope, what is it? I guess it's like 11:45 or 12:45, so maybe lunch is close. But yeah, I hope the rest of the day is great. Good to see everyone. And I think I close my laptop now and go to sleep. Right, Kirsten?
Good night, Peter.
All right, good night, y'all. Or have a good day, y'all.
Recording in progress. time. Let's start slowly and let people drift into them type thing.
Perhaps.
Don't close the door, Nick.
Don't close. Don't.
Yeah.
So let's start, and I'll.
May we perhaps have Olga on the screen? This way people will know that we have somehow started.
Let's simply start. Let's start.
Yeah.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Collective Software Development and Decision Making. The speakers today, I'm Johan. I am the Product Ambassadors Manager at the Wikimedia Foundation, so I work with trying to engage the communities in the software development process. Shimon, who is a community relations specialist, does the same thing. And Olga, who is a product manager working with the web team, and among other things on the Vector 2022, the new look for Wikipedia. Olga, over to you. Give us an introduction.
All right. Hello, everyone. I wish I could be there with all of you, but it's nice to be here virtually as well. Thank you for joining us. So my name is Olga, and I work at the Wikimedia Foundation as a product manager. And like Johan mentioned, most of my work is with the web team, focusing on the overall user experience for reading on the desktop and mobile websites. So as you all know, occasionally the Wikimedia Foundation makes fairly large to very large changes to our interfaces. For example, in the last few years, we've seen the adoption of the Vector 2022 skin, we've seen the beginnings of the IP masking project, and this year we are seeing plans of introducing dark mode across the wikis. And basically we want these changes to be made with the input and the collaboration of our communities, and we want that process to be smooth and to work for everyone involved. Next slide. So right now, we work with communities in a way that is really rooted in the values and the principles that we have as a movement, and that's really important to us. And so we before we get started on talking about issues and brainstorming potential changes or improvements, we want to mention that we want to have this discussion within that context and to continue that tradition with anything that we might consider changing in the future. So basically, what we wanted to do is to study our product development process, specifically focusing on parts where the conversation and collaboration between the Wikimedia Foundation and our communities might have experienced some difficulties, and to begin brainstorming together on different ways that we can improve that.
We have two goals for this session. One is to talk about the current issues with the discussion and decision-making processes. So what are the problems that we are facing? And then we want to talk about the potential solutions, collect ideas on how to make decisions better for our software development processes in the future. And we are not going to solve this problem today, but we hope to start a process, we hope to gain some ideas, and we hope to start a conversation that we can continue later. So, we will have an overview of our current process. Now we will present some issues with that we are seeing. Where are the pain points? We will brainstorm on issues that the communities are struggling with here. And then we will brainstorm and discuss potential ways to improve for the future. Back to you, Olga.
All right, so we're going to start with a summary of some of the issues that we've seen in the past. And so before we get started, I kind of wanted to say this is not an exhaustive list at all. This is just a list that's done from the point of view of the Wikimedia Foundation. And that's specifically why it's important for us to have this brainstorm afterwards so that we can, kind of increase this list and see what we're missing from the conversation so far. Next slide. Can you all, I can't seem to see the slides anymore. Can you all still hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to start going through the slides as we go, or...
Keep talking, Olga. We'll follow.
All right, sounds good. I'm gonna go through the slides in the order that I know that they are, and hopefully when I say next slide, we're on the correct slide. Okay, so let's begin with going over our process. So we'll begin with the planning stage. So basically, the foundation looks across different audiences to identify needs that, readers, editors, and communities have that are not currently being met. Then, based on these needs, we build out an annual plan and then individual plans for the teams that are based on these needs. And these are basically the problem statements that then become projects. The next step is to bring those ideas to the communities. So we bring these needs and these project ideas and begin discussing what we can build and how we will measure whether the thing that we build is any good or not. After this, we'll usually have some communities which are especially interested in a given project and volunteer to become early adopters. As we begin developing, we collect feedback from these communities as well as reach out to other wikis and other projects to see what might be missing, what we're not getting just right, and what needs to be iterated on throughout this process. Once this sort of stage is finished, the product or the project then is roughly complete. So what that means is that we are ready to bring it to the majority of the communities. Here, traditionally, individual communities will decide through a conversation or potentially a vote on whether they want to accept the project as it's built. Once that acceptance is done, we basically deploy and bring the new product or tool. Next slide. So, most importantly, before we get started, this process works. This is a good process. It includes communities in decision-making directly. It allows for feedback from a large number of active and veteran volunteers, and it's iterative. It's designed in a way that allows for this feedback to directly change, the outcome and to actually make the project or tool that we're talking about better. Next slide. However, we do have some issues that are preventing us from, having the impact that we want to be able to achieve across the different projects. Here on this slide, we've sort of summarized them, but I'm going to go into detail on some of those. So on the next slide, so our decision-making process is not necessarily representative of the totality of people that we actually want to build for. So generally, we only have about 0.1% of audiences represented when we're making decisions and gathering feedback. We see a lot of veteran editors and editors who regularly frequent village pumps and similar sort of forums across the other projects. These editors tend to have more experience and often can focus on policy or be more technically focused than the rest of our communities. And this creates gaps, really big gaps. Often we're missing the majority of everyday users. This means occasional editors, active editors that don't frequent these larger forums, and newcomers. We're also missing our billions of readers whom our decisions often affect the most. And finally, we're missing affiliate members, partners, donors, and others who might be interested in participating in various ways. So if we take an example from the Vector 2022 deployment RFC on English Wikipedia, so English Wikipedia has about 809 million unique devices a month. That's a lot of people. Out of these users, more than 32,000 of them are active editors. However, only 320 of them participated in the RFC and sort of were able to be involved in that final decision-making process. So there's a lot of people who are missing, and the voices of these people are extremely valuable as we have these communications. Next slide. So the other issue that we struggle with is data. Data and metrics in general are notoriously difficult to sort of present and contextualize and communicate without having prior knowledge of the subject or the subject area. At the same time, we know that we need to make decisions based on what happens in reality, on real world usage and real world data. So what we would like to think about in this area is how can we make it easier for communities to access and discuss and understand our metrics and measurements to help us set those metrics and measurements in the first place throughout the development process? How can we make that process more transparent and a little bit easier to interact with? Next slide. Okay, so at this point, I just said throughout the development process. I feel like you've probably heard me say throughout the development process at least 5 times since we started these slides, and there's only been like 5 slides. And that's because that's something that's really, really important to us, and it's something also that we struggle with. This little graph shows a sort of approximated kind of timeline of when we believe we should be having conversations versus when we actually tend to have conversations. And as you can see, what tends to happen is that we get a lot of interest and a lot of excitement when a project is near completion. We have a lot of really valuable conversations there, but we have less of that when we're first getting started, when we're brainstorming ideas and when a project is taking shape or taking form. Next slide. So, you know, this is sort of easy to explain, and this is somewhat predictable. In the very beginning, projects and products can be very vague and nebulous. They might, you know, involve language that's difficult to understand, or language that might sound very official or businesslike, a lot of acronyms, that type of thing. And that's because it's early on and the exact details are not known yet. And that makes it a little bit more difficult to interact because it's tricky to imagine, okay, well, what are you actually talking about here? What's the final outcome of this is going to be? However, when we do have community input earlier on in this process, it really allows communities to shape the entire project altogether. And this is really important because it lets us agree together on the problems that we're solving for rather than, you know, kind of focus on the eventual outcomes only. And that makes the entire thing a lot more collaborative and a lot more effective. And as you'll see when we talk later on, you know, kind of one of our main goals for this session is to ask you all, yes, so what can we do to make this process more engaging earlier on?
Cool, so knowing that, we already do some things to get people involved as early as possible. For example, we have translated our latest annual plan into many languages. Then we also have this concept of pilot wikis, where we deploy our features on wikis, where we hope to get early feedback when there is time to adjust this pre-final version to the needs of communities. This is the intended space for them to share the feedback. Also, we have our product ambassadors who are active members of those respective communities on pilot wikis, and they liaise between their communities and our feature teams. And also we go beyond wikis, so we make spaces for meetings, we host our own office hours, we take part in the events organized by communities. But there is also more issues. As Gergo mentioned at his earlier session earlier today, the decision making is based on local processes. So basically we have 900 wikis, and in theory, each of those may have their own local decision making process. So we basically multiply our efforts and we have the very same or similar, too similar perhaps sometimes, discussions over and over again with different audiences at different times. And we have really similar lines of thinking and argumentation. So it is like repetitive. we would be interested in hearing what do you think is possible to bring the local communities a bit more together to avoid this repetition. In addition to that, the consequence of having local community decision making, to avoid these consequences, sorry. Yeah, the fact that we face these local decision-making processes is that local communities may have different requirements, which is in general okay, which is good. They do differ, so we should somehow address those differences, and we have teams which, by design, build the features which are customizable. But on the other hand, we need to somehow build products that are more like unified, less prone to break. So it's really important for us to build similar tools in the first place, and only then build like intended customizations. The last challenge is the disconnect from the movement strategy. Basically, the current model simply predates our movement strategy. So by design, it is not necessarily tied with the strategy. The strategy is there to determine our choices. And it is not impossible to imagine that some communities may make decisions that are simply against the strategy or not informed. Over to Olga.
Yeah, I'm going to try to give a quick summary of everything that we talked about so far going into the discussion. So basically, we would like to see ourselves move towards a process that is more inclusive and data-driven, a process that works across different wikis and that simultaneously continues to align with our principles. Next slide. We think an important factor in this is to include larger parts of our communities earlier on, specifically when we're deciding on which problems are important to solve for in the first place. Next slide. All right, so yes, with all of that said, we basically want to start this conversation today. We've had some conversations about this in the past, and we don't expect to, solve anything today, like Johan was saying. We're not going to solve all of it, or maybe even any of it today, but we need to start somewhere. And hopefully the thoughts and ideas from today and from the conversation we're about to have can help us continue this conversation further on Wiki in the future, and can actually, kind of like begin this path of improving some of these processes and making all of our lives slightly easier.
So we have two questions. What other issues with our current collaboration processes have you noticed? We've talked about some of our pain points, but we don't just want to address what we're feeling, what we're seeing. So it might be, I don't know how to use Fabricator, and that's the place where everyone sends me. I don't know how to talk to about a project. Participating in a request for comments is frustrating. It is difficult to understand the language coming from the Wikimedia Foundation. The second question is, what are ways we can engage communities at the early phases of a project? Examples could be run surveys to all editors, or build out more prototypes of upcoming work, or many other things that we hope that you will help us with. So, what we will do now is to let you think of these things for a few minutes and write them down. We have 10 minutes for these two questions. There are reminders on the tables of what the two questions are, since there is just one question on the screen. There are notepads. Please keep your answers to the discussions, to do answers separate though, so that we don't have them jumbled together, so that we can talk about them and discuss one question at a time. Everyone, the tables, the notepads, the pens, go ahead. Hello, everyone. So that includes Nick. Hey, Nick. Our schedule says that we are supposed to move on right now. You seem to have already done so, because we figured at first you would write things down and then you would start talking about them. Now, yes, that might have been, I don't know, naive. So, please, this is an encouragement to share what you've written, which you're already doing, but to make sure that everyone is doing so. And if you've written something and you're not part of a group, please come forward, sit down at a table and have a conversation with the people around that table. Talk about these points, try to see are there common themes, what are the issues we're dealing with, what are the ways we can engage communities earlier. And for anyone participating remotely, please, I will write this down and send it to Olga or me. Find my email address is Johan, as in my name, which you find early in the presentation, at wikimedia.org. And we'll make sure to get back to you and engage you in all conversation in the future. We'd also love for any remote participants to write down things in the Etherpad, which you can see linked in the presentation. All right, folks, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt, but we have limited time, and I would have loved for you to be able to continue this conversation table by table, but I would love to hear what are the common themes you have talked about. So if each group could sort of briefly tell the rest of us, what are your pain points and your ideas? Yeah. Where do we have?
Your pain points and your articles. Oh. No. Later. We're not.
No, no.
We were having like a thing, so yeah. He was just sharing his
All right.
I think we can start. So for the first question, hello, I'm Niharika. I'm the product manager working on IP masking, if you have problems. Okay, so for the first question, we had a few different answers. There's a lot of community members are often not aware of the changes that are happening, and that's like something we need to improve, like with building better transparency, better mechanisms to inform the community about what changes are happening, like some teams do newsletters, some teams have project pages on Meta, some have it on MediaWiki. It's hard to effectively have conversations with multiple different communities in multiple different languages. You cannot often bring everybody to the same platform. Like Meta is not a very inclusive place where a lot of people want to come participate. So it's hard to do that in an effective manner. And another great point was that different people have different priorities. Large, medium, small wikis have different lenses at which they look at the same thing. And so it's often hard to come to a consensus and make everybody happy. And then for the second question, we didn't have as much. The idea is to build better relationships with the communities to know their interests. Product ambassadors got a shout out. Another idea was to have more in-person meetings, get to know your volunteers face-to-face. That's a great way to introduce a new project. And then spending more time doing community engagement before kicking off the project.
Thank you. Sable, briefly.
So some of the things we discussed were, for the first question, one issue that hasn't been raised earlier is that the first person to comment usually sets the tone for the rest of the discussion, which can devolve into something really unpleasant very fast. Other things we talked about were we have spent the past decade trying to make it easier to engage, for volunteers to engage in the product development process, and so that the question might not really be how can we lower that barrier more, but how can we find more incentives for them to want to engage. It's less a problem of I can't, it's that I don't care about it yet. And this is what Gergo was talking about this morning, which is to make them want to engage earlier.
Thank you.
Cool, okay, I've taken some notes. So yeah, we've been talking about the basically communication of individual teams, something similar to what you said, that individual teams post their updates, and there will be perhaps more regular quarterly reports something about annual planning and the like clear connection between our regular communication and something more widely known and more perhaps like broader as annual planning. Annual plan as a document. Documentation trails. And there was also an idea for a template for a formally correct comment on in a discussion that would make it easier for people to give feedback, like type of feedback we are really hoping for.
All right. Who wants this?
We also talked about the difficulty of engaging people early. These are volunteers, they are doing it in their free time, they are busy, they don't want to spend time engaging in things that don't seem relevant to them until one day they realize that it's very relevant to them, and then they are angry that they haven't been consulted. And the other issue we talked about is that if as a volunteer you want to engage, then it's kind of hard to get a good overview of what are the things that's happening, a list of projects that actually gets updated. There were attempts for that in the past, and they usually deteriorated very quickly into outdated messes.
Right, thank you. Nick?
One other idea that was mentioned earlier was people have trouble reacting to a blank page, like an open-ended survey with just like, do you have any ideas? So the idea suggested by Victoria was pre-supply them with a few initial community responses, like 3 people in favor of alternative suggestion 1, 3 people's comments in favor of suggestion 2, that kind of thing, so that they have content to riff on to spur further thought rather than just a blank page.
All right, thank you. So, how do we move forward? What is, now that you've first written things down individually, or somewhat individually, talked about it in groups, heard what other groups have said, what are the most important things that we can do with this process? Do we have any thoughts?
Victoria said something interesting. She said that, like, just looking at the session today, she said that probably the title of the session was a little intimidating for people, or they didn't really understand what it was about. So I think that could be like a hint at like making this kind of communication or these kinds of engagement a little bit more welcoming, not just in terms of like the intent, but also like the messaging, that people feel that they can connect with it. And it's not something too distant or only for a few people, but they can also participate.
Do you have anything to add, Olga?
Hi, can you all still hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hello. No, I'm mostly just listening in and taking notes, but I've liked a lot of the ideas that have come through. I think it's a lot of them have been things that we've talked about before, but I think it's specifically interesting to see which ones of them are patterns and to take those patterns and try to, kind of build out on them specifically for future conversations, which I think is going to be particularly interesting. I think out of this, like we said, we're not going to solve anything today, but I think for when we do start a bigger conversation on Wiki on this topic, I think it's going to be really important that we draw out those themes that have come up repeatedly in this conversation and conversations in the past as almost like the cornerstones of what we should at least kind of head, the directions we should head the conversation towards in the future. So that's where I'm at.
My advice on this topic, more about the large on-wiki conversations than here, is that what we are talking about here is either about changing power dynamics or at least very adjacent to changing power dynamics. I think when you're talking about something like that, then you should be clear and upfront about whether that is what you want. Because if you don't say it, then people are going to assume that you want to change the power dynamics and are just sneaky about it, and then the conversation usually devolves. So there is a big difference between saying that we should engage people differently, and at the end they still get to do an RFC and just send the whole thing to the trash bin if they don't like it, or we are saying that we should engage people differently and that replaces the RFC. Like that's, I think, something that if you don't have clarity about, then the discussions won't go well.
I think part of the problem is that movement in general doesn't have clarity about what it wants to do, right? That's part of the conversation we're having. We know what we don't want to do, which is we barely know what we don't want to do. But this kind of conversation is really trying to figure out, okay, but what is even the general direction we want to go in solving this problem?
I think I have one last comment, which is related to the slide you had about the connection to movement strategy. And that is that I think there's a difference between like movement strategy, which is a lot about like high-level decisions of like big problems and like big features, whereas a lot of the product development process is about granular feedback on like specific, very detailed features and how they work in a very specific context. So those are like two different problems to solve.
Just wanted to like Shine Theory emphasize phrasing that Sean used, which is about this like I think engagement half of the problem, and it's like what happens if you make it infinitely easy to understand how a change affects each user, right? And so obviously we can't do that because that would take an infinite amount of resources, but I do think it's like, how would the process change? How would the discussion change, the dialogue change, if there wasn't the friction of effort in volunteers having to like figure out how does this like thing affect my specific workflow?
And yeah, and I think that a lot of people, not just working with software development, whether it's foundation staff or Wikimedia Deutschland staff or volunteer developers, might forget or not understand how difficult it is to find out what's happening if you're editing on, say, Danish Wikipedia, and they are not having a conversation about it. So you're a non-technical editor on English Wikipedia, and suddenly someone says, hey, they're doing this thing. But then you edit on a smaller wiki, and the developers and people working with the developers have spent so much time trying to make everyone see that, all right, this big thing is happening, and it feels like you've put out information and information and information. But then the people editing, they're like, but no one has ever talked about this. Because no one has on their wiki. Not where I've seen it. And the mass messages are the main tool that we're using for this, and that is not always working. So both perspectives are relevant, that we are putting out a lot of information, and yet people feel like, yes, this is new.
Recording stopped.
I was very unprepared for that to be a very dramatic final word of the recording. Yeah. Thank you. Are we recording? Right, we're still live. All right, good. So, how do we move this forward? That's, of course, the most important question for this presentation. How do we continue this conversation? How do we engage more people in this conversation? And especially, how do we engage more people in this conversation who didn't come to this session because they already care about the subject so much, which is the majority of everyone in this physical room. And we are very, very happy to hear from anyone who wants to be part of this conversation. Our names are in the slides. My email address is, as I said, johan@wikimedia.org. And you can find how to spell my name in the slides. And we really want you to come up to us right now or later and say, hey, I want to be part of this. I really want to know what you're doing. I want to know what you're thinking about. Because this is something that the Wikimedia Foundation is really trying to talk more about and think more about and solve. But it's not the Foundation's problem, it's the entire movement's problem. So since it's the movement's problem, the Foundation can't solve it. That's for the movement to do together. Thank you. Any final words, Olga?
Thank you all. Thank you for letting me be a floating head in this room. But thank you all, and thank you all for coming to this session.
All right. Thank you for your time, for your patience, for your energy, for your thoughts.
Hello. Was just a test. It's all right. Yeah, yeah. I'll take that personally. All the slides are already online, so if you want to check.
45 minutes, yeah.
45.
Yeah. Okay, I think we are going to get started. Let me adjust this. Welcome everyone to this session about the Wikipedia library. Thank you. So the title of this talk was Free Reliable Sources. I'm going to show you how to get access to those by using this project called the Wikipedia Library that we've been working on for, I think, 10 years now, I think is how long this has been running. So we have 3 speakers, or maybe 2.5 speakers. Vipin is joining us remotely. He's going to be here for the Q&A, but just Martin and I are presenting. So I'm Sam. I'm a senior product manager at the Wikimedia Foundation. I've been working on the Wikipedia library for about 7 years now. So I actually joined the foundation to work on, having used it as an editor before that. And I'm joined by Martin, who's a project manager at Wikimedia Deutschland, who's been working with us to help get some German language partnerships in the library. And so he's going to be talking a bit about that towards the end. Vipin is our partnerships manager. He is now responsible for all the partnerships that go into building up the Wikipedia library into all the collections that it has. So I'm going to give a bit of an overview about what the Wikipedia library is, if you're not familiar, how it works. I'm going to do a quick demo, which I have my fingers crossed for, but I think it will work. Just showing you, how the interface works, how you can use it, some tips and tricks. And then Martin is going to talk a little bit about how affiliates and user groups can get involved in the library and help their local communities to get the most out of it. And then obviously time for questions and answers. So, as I'm sure many of you know, the basis of Wikipedia articles and many of our other Wikimedia projects is reliable sources. We only add content to projects like Wikipedia if that information is already present in a reliable source. That ensures that we can make sure that those projects are reliable and trustworthy and contain the breadth of information that is out there about a subject. And that's great. That's how those projects have become so reliable and trusted in the wider world. But if you've been doing that work, you'll have found that, unfortunately, sometimes you go to access some lovely source that you really want to read and summarize on Wikipedia, and you're presented with a beautiful screen like this that tells you need to spend $49 to download the PDF, just this one, and you might read it and decide you actually don't even need it, which would be a real waste of money. And so that's really frustrating. This is the problem that the library really is trying to solve. So if you go through the Wikipedia library, you can get access to that PDF that I was just showing, read it, figure out if it's useful to you, and then cite it on Wikipedia if it is. So the Wikipedia library is a tool. It's hosted on Foundation Labs, so you can get access to it at this URL. I'm going to show you what's there in a minute, but if you want to jump in and start checking it out, that's the URL. And we've got access from a whole host of publishers, ranging from some of the biggest sort of international publishers of academic books, Oxford University Press, Cambridge University Press, Elsevier, Wiley, Springer Nature, lots of scientific databases, also lots of newspapers, magazines, archives, some really quite niche databases. There's quite a breadth of stuff there, quite a breadth of language coverage, not as much as we'd hope, I'll talk about that, but really a lot of content that we think is pretty useful. So to use the library, there is some minimum criteria. You can't just register a Wikipedia account for free, not make any edits, and get access to the library. I know this is frustrating, but ultimately it was the only way we could convince publishers to be involved in the library and provide this access for free. The minimum criteria are 500 edits, 6 months since your account was created. You need to have made 10 edits in the last month, so you need to kind of be active. You can't just get access and then stop editing. And we do require no active blocks on any Wikimedia projects, but that's flexible. We know that sometimes you get these spurious blocks for reasons that have nothing to do with your sort of trustworthiness on the projects. And so if you have been blocked somewhere, you can email us, and we'll potentially whitelist that if it was sort of a trivial block somewhere. When you cross that threshold for access, you'll get a notification on Wikipedia. It looks like this. It says, congratulations, you're now eligible for the Wikipedia library. And if you click it, it will take you straight through to that URL that I showed you before. So you'll end up on this homepage, which has the criteria, has a brief description of the library, and then you log in via Wikipedia. So you don't need to make some new account on the library. You just log in with OAuth using your Wikipedia account. As for what's behind there, I'm now going to hopefully demo the library. Let me just come up here. Okay, let me go full screen. Where is the full screen one? Full screen. Is that big enough? That's relatively big.
Bookmarks.
Yes, I have a lot of bookmarks. Okay, I'm going to hide those. All right. So if you, once you've ended up at the library, click Login. You'll be sent to Wikipedia to log in. If you're already logged in, this might just skip straight past this step, and you'll end up straight back at the library. But once you're logged in, you should be authenticated. If you meet all those criteria, you'll sail on through. If not, you'll get told exactly why you don't meet the criteria at the moment. And this is the view you'll get when you first arrive at the library. You're in what we call kind of My Library, so this is all the content that's available to you. The first tab that you start in is called My Collections, and anything that you see here in this My Collections tab, you can get access to right away. No further questions, don't need to do anything else, don't need to ask us for anything. You can just start accessing this content. So, for example...
Depends what is available. Not everything is... So, I don't know if you wanted to say that anyway, but not all these publishers have everything available. So sometimes you need to read through the descriptions if the topics you're interested in are covered in the free access. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. I actually wasn't going to mention that, so thanks for bringing it up. There is a source of some confusion, so I appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes these publishers have provided us access to like a collection or some subset of their collections. The common one is we often have access to journals from some of the scientific publishers, but not their ebooks. For logistical or legal reasons, they end up not being able to give us access to the books. We are constantly asking them, but unfortunately sometimes it's just not possible. So if you see something in this My Collections tab that you want to access, you can go ahead and start accessing it. So for example, AAAS, this first one, you'll see this Access Collection button. If you click that, it'll open a new tab for you to view that content. And you'll end up through, let me zoom in, on the website. You'll often see something like, up in the corner here, brought to you by the Wikipedia Library, or it might say Wikimedia Foundation or Wikipedia. If you see something like that, then everything's worked. You should be able to get access to that content. You'll notice that the URL is a little strange. I'll come back to this. But you'll see something like Wikipedia Library in the URL. And now from here, you should be able to kind of click through to any of the content that you want to access.
I got a call from Butch. Can I go there?
Hmm?
I got a call from Butch.
You got a call. Okay, please disappear behind the door. Okay, so anything in My Collections you can access. And that is most of the content in the library, actually. A majority of what we have available in the library is just immediately accessible to anyone who wants to use it. There's a second tab, which is Available Collections. This is content that we do have available, but there's a limited number of seats. So, for example, I don't know if Bio1 is a good example. We only have 50 available accesses to provide to editors because of the agreement we have with that publisher. And so we require you to file an application to get access to that content. To do that, it's as simple as clicking this Apply button here. And we might have a couple of questions for you. Why do you want to access the resource? In this case, we also want to know how long you want access for, because we can just provide you access for a month if you just want to get access to one source, or give you access for a whole year if you know that's going to be useful to you throughout. We ask you why you want to access, just because if we get a lot of applications for one publisher, we're going to prioritize people who have a strong need for that resource. Maybe they edit a lot of articles in that topic area, or some other reason. So we'll try and prioritize. But for the most part, we have enough content, enough accesses that we can give access to everyone that applies. Once you have applied, basically the rest of the application process will come to you via email. So you'll receive emails if your application gets approved or denied, or if we have questions about it. And once you have access, you'll get an email explaining how you then go and access the content. Some of the collections in Available Collections are accessed in the same way as My Collections, where it will route you straight through to the website via our proxy server. With others, it's like a voucher code or like an individual login. There's a few different ways it works. But as I say, you'll get an email that hopefully explains clearly like all the steps you need to go through. You can always view the status of your applications with this View My Applications button up in the top right here. I don't have any right now, but they would be listed there if I did, and it'll show you the status of those and any pending questions you have. So going through those publishers individually is helpful if you know exactly which publisher you want access to. So for example, if I know that I want something from Science Journal, I can just go straight to that website. But oftentimes you don't know what publisher has the content you need. Maybe you're writing about Singapore, and then I don't know which publisher has content about Singapore, right? So for that kind of query, there is a search bar at the top of the page. And you can just type in the sort of subject that you're researching at the moment. So if I type in Singapore and click search, again, this will open a new tab for me. And this search will browse across all of the collections which are available by default. So everything in that My Collections tab, or almost everything, this will search across all of those collections. And so from here, I can see content that's pulling from a wide variety of sources. And I can click PDF full text on any of these, and it's going to take me through to the relevant PDF. So if you're not sure which publisher it is that you actually need access to, and you're just researching a topic, that's a good way to find the content that you're after. I won't go through everything in this interface because, frankly, there's a lot. But there's a lot of customization options here for doing advanced searches or filters, date ranges, formats, databases, that sort of thing. There's quite a lot you can dig into here to really like refine that search and find the source that you're interested in. A couple of other things I'll mention. You can favorite sources. So if you know that, for example, Annual Reviews has a lot of content that you need on the regular, and you don't want to have to like bookmark the URL or anything, you can use these little stars here to favorite that collection. That means that next time you come to the library, we will take you to your favorites tab, and you can see your favorite collections here, and quickly get to the ones that you use regularly. We also have a few filters down the left-hand side. So there's like 72 collections. That's quite a lot for you to kind of scroll down this page and find specifically what you need. So there's some filters on the left here for language. So you can find content that is just in a particular language, for example. And you can also search by topic. Topic is a little odd, so I'm just going to show you how that works. We have this range of topics here. Quite specific: art, history, education, music. If you filter for one of those, you will find that there's actually quite a lot of collections that still show up, because many of these publishers publish across a very wide range of topics. And so rather than list every topic that they possibly might have content in, we also have this multidisciplinary tab. So if I search for music, I'll find anything that has the music tag on it, but also all of the multidisciplinary publishers, because we assume they probably have something about that topic in their collections. There's a few other filters. I mentioned that the search bar at the top will search through all of these publishers. It will only search through the ones that have this little magnifying glass up in the top corner. So Brill, for example, we haven't been able to integrate with that search tool. So if you've searched in that search bar and not found something, you may want to come down here and filter just for the not searchable or also partially searchable collections. And you might then want to go into these publishers to see if they have content on the topic you're interested in, because they wouldn't have come up through the search. And then there's a little free text search down here, so you can, if you know, for example, that you want newspapers, we don't actually have a filter for that by default, so you can type in newspapers and find a publisher that has newspapers in the description. The very last thing I want to show you here is the suggest page. So if we don't have some content that you want access to, and there's plenty that Wikimedia communities want access to that we don't have yet, then you can head over to this suggest page and you can fill out this form and let us know what it is. Please do have a quick browse through the suggest page. It's very long. There's a lot of suggestions. There's a lot that we have not been able to get access to. And if you find the thing that you were going to put on here, you can always click this little upvote button to let us know that you also want that. And that really helps us prioritize this. So when we're going through our partnerships workflow and trying to figure out which publishers do we pitch, who do we try and involve in the program, this is our first stop. We come here and we figure out what are the top requests here. Those are the ones we're going to prioritize. So that really is a genuinely helpful process. I think that's all I'm going to show on the demo. Before I move back to the slides, I wonder, and while I still got the library up here, it might be a sensible time to pause to see if anyone has any questions about how the library works, so that I can kind of demo it before I go back to slides. There's a mic there, or I guess maybe Martin, I can enlist you to run around the room with a mic. If not, I will crack on. Okay. Great. I can always come back to that if folks have questions. So before I hand over to Martin, the last thing I wanted to provide some context on was how the partnerships work. So I've said the word partnerships quite a lot, not subscriptions, not things that we're paying for, because we actually don't pay for any of these subscriptions. It would cost us, I think I did the back of the envelope math once, like more than the entire foundation's budget to subscribe to these databases for the number of Wikipedia editors that there are in the world. It would really not be a sustainable program if we did. But thankfully, we're able to go to these publishers and convince them that it's in their best interests, as well as ours, to help us with free access. So they provide this access for free, which is why it can sometimes take a very long time to get those publishers in the library, because we have to go through pretty lengthy discussions and debates and details about how this would all work. But ultimately, they do see some benefit from their side. It's not. It's an argument I wish we didn't have to make, but the publishers ultimately are going to see more links to their content being added as more editors cite their work, and that's beneficial to them. That's just a fact of how Wikipedia works. And then on our side, obviously, the benefit is that you all get to use the library. So that's the kind of argument we make, and it generally works. We can generally get access to these publishers. Some take a very long time to come around and say yes, so that's why there's that long backlog. So it can take a long time, so if you request something, don't be disheartened that we don't get it immediately. Sometimes it'll just take a very long time, and eventually we get there. And lastly, we're looking for organizations that publish reliable content that is at least partially paywalled. So there are a whole host of potentially paywalled content online that we maybe wouldn't want to add to the library because it's not considered reliable by various communities. And there's also plenty of reliable content online that is open access, that's free. We've decided not to include that in the library because we're trying to sort of scope the tool to just be how you get access to that paywalled content. There are many other venues online for finding that open access content. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm going to hand it over to Martin now to talk about how affiliates and user groups can kind of help out with the library, because we've had a pretty nice collaboration for a couple of years now, and it's been working really well for, I think, the German Wikipedia.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. I wanted to do my own introduction. No, I see the excitement here in everyone who I want to check that out. I want to see if my publisher is there. I want to improve my editing, etc. But for those who joined my most recent session an hour ago about multipliers, maybe some of you are also thinking about, wow, that could be also helpful to my peeps, my community, my user group, and such. How can I make this aware to them? How can I work on the platform? What can I do as a community member to talk about the Wikipedia library? And we at Wikimedia Deutschland knew about the library whiles ago, and we're always like, can we support that? Should we not? Who knows? Should we do our own platform, etc.? And back in end of 2020, we decided to work on support on the Wikipedia library. We reached out to Foundation and went all the steps, more or less, that I'm showing you here now. It's a 4-step system to get the most out of the Wikipedia library. And the first one is something you can most easily do. I've called it translations. So the platform that was shown to you by Sam in English is translatable. And if you go to the platform and change the settings to German, you will see that it's 100% translated. So this is something we did. And that's something I think all of you who speak English and another language can also do for your community. Besides the platform itself, there are a couple of help pages, information pages and such, which are available in English and other languages. So the one entry point is the MetaWiki project page. And of course, that's also translatable via the MediaWiki Translate extension. Of course, not only the project page, but also the subpages that are linked there. Or even you have a page on your own wiki. Sam, thankfully, together, I think, with Wipin, is creating a wonderful newsletter about the last 2 months and what happened to publishers or on the platform. For example, the upvoting and suggestions was the most recent implementation, and I think it's in the new newsletter, right? Yeah, fantastic. And we take the time at Wikimedia Deutschland to translate this newsletter into German. And those who have signed up, like on German Wikipedia, for example, they will get it in German language then. Yeah. And a little extra information, of course, don't forget to add this newsletter also to your local village pump so that your community is notified about the news around the Wikipedia library. Next step. What else did we do? So we created an own project page. Of course, the meta project page is fantastic, but maybe not the way we would probably do the page in German Wikipedia, where we want to add some additional information, add contacts, or other places where to add suggestions, etc. So we created our own local project page, not shown here on this screenshot. Next one. Beyond that, and I don't know how you felt when you saw the demo, there are so many partners now. I think on the first thing it's like 90s, now it's 105. So it's really increasing the number of partners dramatically over the last couple of months. And it's not so easy to find the right places there. So what we did at Wikimedia Deutschland was to create a table that is connected to the category system of German Wikipedia. So, and I went through all the partners and tried through all the descriptions and tried to open all the links on the platform to see what content is actually there or can be accessed and which would fit to local community projects. Next slide. So this was the first step of connecting the publishers and their content with the working system on the local project. Yeah, and of course, after we have completed this table, we reached out to all the wiki projects and portals and such, and made them aware, hey, there is something about chemistry on the Wikipedia library. Did you know? These are the partners you could be interested in. Check out these and the other partners. And we did that for all the wiki projects we could find or identify that could make use out of the Wikipedia library. Beyond that, we also advertised the Wikipedia library in our local signpost called Kurier. We offered video calls, our community forum. We talked about that at our annual conferences, the German Wikicon. So spread the word, more or less. That's what I want to suggest here. Do it one or the other way. Maybe you'll find another one. Please share. Next one is, so not everything was at the same time, more or less. So some things were at the same time. So we started with the establishing the partnership before we did all the other steps because we knew we want to do more. And yeah, establish a partnership means talk to him and see how else you can support Wikimedia Foundation in handling the Wikipedia library. So we decided to set up a call once in a while. So we did it on a monthly basis. Maybe it fits to you to do that once a quarter to get more news, to talk about topics your community is currently interested in and hear from Foundation. what they are currently doing and maybe haven't yet included into the newsletter. This is not it's just one way. So sometimes Foundation also asks us, hey, we have a new feature. Could you test that? Or could you give feedback on something we are doing? Like research was done and we could give some feedback on that. And I think this is a helpful thing to go this step if you have the capacity to do that. Of course, here I want to provide you some ideas what you can do with the resources you have. We used our own project page, the talk page also to gather bug reports, because I think you didn't mention them. Sometimes partners have problems with delivering content. And of course, you can always reach out to him or go to Fabricator if you know what Fabricator is. But if you have an entry point like the local project page, it really makes sense also to make your community aware that you can also report bugs there. And we forward them to Foundation, or we ping you, or translate that into English. What was reported there, I think that really makes sense. Also about suggestions and feedback, you can use the talk pages, of course, for new partners and such. Last but not least, this is all a bit meta, right? There are some people who say, why just the partners there? I want to do more. I want to go to the partners. And that's what we wanted to do from the start, and of course got a lot of feedback how to do that best, and tried out what works for us. Of course, things can be very different in your communities, so go the way that fits best to your needs. These are the things we were doing here in Germany, and with the partnership we established with Foundation, we took over some of the partners that are based in Germany and became their official contact. So we are taking a bit the load of handling the partners from Foundation, and are now contacts for partners in our region. And for some of them, we also assign access to community members. So if you want to get access to the German newspaper site online, you don't have to bother one of the volunteers who helps out or contractors who manage the platform, but it will be me who assigns the right there. What I like the most is to talk to partners. So we went to Frankfurt Book Fair, for example, last year. We'll definitely go this year again. And we talked to partners. And I introduced the Wikipedia library to a couple of partners. I saw many names there that are already on board, but some who weren't. And of course, we introduced them to the platform itself and the backgrounds. We did that at the book fair, but of course we also created a list of possible e-libraries that would fit to community or are even requested by communities, suggested. What is it? Right? Yeah, and then we start to talk, and we explain the different models. You have seen the direct access model, there's a token model, etc. So it's like preparing the collaboration that is usually handled by Wikimedia Foundation to a point where Foundation will step in and then do all the contract work. So the Foundation has a memorandum of understanding contracts with them, which parts of their collection will be opened, etc. And these sometimes can be informally, or they use an official contract, like the MOU. And you can help prepare that you can advise the partners to find the right way how to open their content for the Wikipedia library for free. And yeah, last but not least, something that is shown here on the right. For example, we used at Frankfurt Book Fair a one-pager with a description of what's going on around the Wikipedia library. And we had that only available in German, and I realized that there are so many partners at Frankfurt Book Fair who only speak English that we now have that also available in English. But of course, you can also create that in your very own language and give it out to partners to have a summary of what's going on with the Wikipedia library. Yeah, so this is what we are doing at Wikimedia Deutschland to support the work of Foundation on the Wikipedia library. And I think it's great collaboration since 2.5 years. And it's a real win-win-win situation for them, for us, for community. I think also for the partners, because they get cited on Wikipedia. And yeah, thanks for listening, and I hope you're a bit inspired to do that, not only for yourself, but also for your community. If you have questions on that part, ask me. General part, ask us. I think we are now open for questions. You can use the microphone over there, or I'll come to you and hand over the mic.
Thank you. A question about the languages of those resources that are available. Are most of them English resources? As we know, Wikipedia and Wikimedia projects have many various languages, and we want to make resources available to those which are underrepresented languages. Mm-hmm. As any of then going forward, will there be prioritizing, languages which are, underrepresented?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad you brought that up, because I was sort of thinking about jumping in at the end of Martin's section to say effectively this, which is, it is very English dominated. That's kind of a unfortunate consequence of it. Of it primarily being built by us being English speakers, many of the sort of these huge publishers and aggregators being predominantly English speaking. But we do want to open access to more content to other languages. The struggle that we have is that we need people like Martin in those languages to really help us out, right? Because we don't know which publishers are reliable in your communities, which newspapers might be paywalled, which are the newspapers of note, how to engage with that community best. And so we're really always looking out for opportunities like this, to have those local connections and really find folks who are happy to help us broaden the library in those languages. Because, when we as the foundation, the handful of us sort of bumble around these languages and communities trying to figure out what is the reliable source, it can be a real struggle to figure that out. So yes, definitely want to make the languages more diverse, but we need help.
Yeah, we definitely want to sell the model of collaboration here, and it can be on a low level as shown on the first step, or it can be really intense. It really depends on your time, activities, and maybe how partners react. So maybe in your country, partners are very open. Other places, it's not that way. That's something you have to experience. And we also have experiences of rejection, of course.
Mic race.
Yeah. Thanks, Sam, and thanks, Martin. I'm Sudhanshu, and I'm designer at Foundation. I'm just wondering, is that notification is the only way for somebody to know about it, that you're now eligible for it? Mm-hmm. Or are there any other ways also in which the editors would get to know about that they can access the service now?
Yeah, that's the primary way, but I would love to let editors know further in advance. Something I've been bugging Kirsten about on the growth team is like whether we could include something maybe on the newcomer homepage, so that new editors can see that, oh, I'm this many edits away from getting access to the library, because when we've told newcomers about the library, or when they learn about it, when non-editors learn about it, that's a real motivation actually to edit Wikipedia. Is like, wow, there's all that content I can get access to if only I made 500 edits to Wikipedia. Like, there's not many programs we run that sort of encourage someone to make that many edits. So I would love to let more editors know about it earlier on, because I think I've seen comments from people say like, wow, I was surprised I hit this threshold and here it is, and I knew nothing about it beforehand. So yeah, I'd love to figure out ways to let more editors know earlier.
Of course, with the newsletter, the things we do, like our German signpost and going to Wiki convention, German Wiki convention, talking about that, we also reach people who are under this 500 edits threshold, etc. And really try to spread the word as much as possible so that people are really aware of that. And although this notification appeared to those who had gotten access long before, who were much longer on the projects, they might have overlooked this, or weren't even aware of what is the Wikipedia library. That's something helpful, and from what I can see, it is helpful. And what we hear, so for us at Wikimedia Deutschland, this is really a winning situation. We get so much good feedback on that for all the support we do for this, and it's, to be honest, pretty easy to do at least the first steps of translations and communication that I can really only recommend you to give it a try. Sure.
Just to really endorse everything you've been saying, I found the library a fantastic resource for what I've been doing. But I live in Portugal. I work producing articles about Portuguese people for Wikipedia, and I'm increasingly running up against firewalls of Portuguese newspapers. So you've come to the conclusion that the local communities have to work to solve this, and I would certainly endorse that.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, please let us know which publishers you're running up against, because those can be added to the, granted, very long list, but we can slot them in there and try and do some work. We've been trying to, at least even if it is us, we don't have a local partner, at least trying to find like one or two priorities from some of these communities. The Dutch Wikipedia recently wrote, I say recently, maybe last year, wrote kind of a list of their requests, and it was a pretty long list, but we managed to get access to one or two of those for them, so I was quite pleased about that.
And it's, of course, it makes sense that the foundation focuses on the multidisciplinary, international, maybe English-focused partners, because they give access to most people there, so the majority. But if you work for your own community, you know that also getting access, like 5 accesses to a small partner, some of the stuff we got can make a change on that local wiki project and can really be helpful. But it can't be, you saw the list of suggestions. We have to work together on that.
Yeah, quickly, last question, because we're running out of time.
So I want to thank you for the great presentation today. My question is that, is there any risk that the cooperation between you and the publishers will ever put into hold? And I would love to see if the cooperation is permanent or temporary. What's your take on that?
Yeah, great question. Actually, Vipin, our partnerships manager, should be on the call somewhere. I don't know if you want to take that, Vipin. Might be a disembodied voice in the room.
Yeah, Sam, could you repeat that question for me? Did he mention cooperation?
Yeah, this is about whether any of these partnerships come to an end and maybe why, or if they're always indefinitely running.
Yeah, well, we haven't had many instances where the partner wanted to stop the relationship or the partnership. You know, once we start working with them, they would like to continue and they see results in what we do together. But there have been instances where the contact that we had at the partner's organization is no longer working there. So sometimes that creates a block in the flow of things. That has happened, but you know, we haven't, at least in the recent past, we haven't had any instance where the partner wanted to stop working with us. That has not happened.
Yeah, so the exactly for Vipin's benefit, someone said, "What about Rock's back pages?" Yeah, there are partners like that where we've either lost contact with them or for whatever reason some technical issue has come up and they sort of ghost us, right? And so there's only so much we can do. We try to flag it on the library that there's a problem, and for those partnerships that we already had that have expired or something's gone wrong with it, that is like top of our priority list. Like we are constantly bugging those people, and unfortunately we can only do so much if they ignore us.
And so keeping a relationship with the partners is important, and I think it's something we could give to the foundation. We were first at Frankfurt Book Fair and convinced them to go to book fairs themselves. And at Frankfurt Book Fair, we were invited to Saudi Arabian book fairs. So it's really, there are many book fairs, right? Keep track with your partners. Contact.
We should wrap up because I think we're slightly over time, but thank you all for coming. Please check out the library. Let us know what publishers you want to see added to it. If you have any questions, the email was on the slide, and I'll be around and happy to chat. But thanks for coming, and thanks Vipin for joining us. Thank you for joining.
you're back as well. Thank you. All right. Excellent. So shall we begin? Yeah. Please take a seat. Yeah, let's wait. Yeah. Good. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here to present actually some of my thoughts about the new trend that is occurring all over the world about using LLMs for actually enriching Wikipedia and Wikidata. So, that project actually is a part of a most important project about the development of the use of Wikidata in the clinical practice. Yeah, so this is a lecture, but it is not a very technical lecture. We are actually mainly focusing on the practical side of the thing, and we will try to simplify what LLM mean in a way that it can be intelligible with people with no background, with no knowledge in computer science, etc. Yeah. So as you already know, this year was where it was a heavy, actually, echo about LLMs. We have that ChatGPT strike, and then we have many competitors that have appeared on the scene. And actually, as you have seen during the conference, there were many sessions about LLMs. Have you attended some of them so far? Yeah. Yeah, quite a few. As you see, there are many important applications of LLMs. Many people say that they will change the world. Yeah, so now we have BART that is issued by Google, ChatGPT of OpenAI, and there is another competitor that is growing a little bit that is called the Claude. Yeah, so the main assumption I have seen around is that we can let LLM edit Wikipedia and Wikidata. LLMs can create Wikipedia and Wikidata items from scratch. LLMs can evaluate Wikipedia or Wikidata. Well, this is not true, at least for the moment. A very simple explanation of LLM will let you know that LLM are not that reliable to let them take the lead. Well, how LLM works? So what anyone will do is that he will formulate a question. But this question actually is biased. What that means? That means the answer that you will get will depend on the answer of the question you will formulate and give to the machine. And by that, there is all a new discipline called prompt engineering that is concerned specifically in how to define the question called as prompt. Yeah, so what LLM will do with that prompt? So it will divide it into some chunks of a few words. And so it will use this series of words, actually, to find out what the question means. And so what will be done by the LLM after doing that is that it will search around the internet using embedded techniques and positional coding to find what fits to that question in some way. and then generate the answer in a way. Yeah, so how the answer is generated actually, the transformer will use the tokens of your prompt to identify the beginning of the sentence. And then what will happen is just, it will use probability to complete the answer. So it will take some words, and it takes a question, and then it will auto-complete the answer one by one by one by one, as you see here in blue, until it is finished. So you see, after a few moments, actually, and after this incremental approach is finished, you will find the whole paragraph. But this is the problem, actually, because if the LLM generates long answer, and the chunk of the words that is used to build actually the answer actually is limited, the LLM will kind of forget by the end where he did start. So actually, he will generate some kinds of hallucination by the end. And also, it is mainly trained to give the answers that it was actually used to train it. If the answer does not exist, it will not give actually the right answer. It will just kind of predict the answer or guess it. Yeah, but the only thing that is good about LLMs is that it can give you the right shape of the answer with certainty, because it is mainly based on embedding and positional encoding. And these things actually kind of are very straightforward, actually, to find out how the answer should look like to be credible. And this is the thing, actually, that probably the Wikimedia community should benefit of. Yeah. So concerning actually the thing of about hallucination, there was a paper right before this vague about ChatGPT that has appeared 2 years ago. It is called On the Dangers of Stochastic Parrots. And this is actually written by Emily Bender, one of the most renowned linguists in the world. And this kind of paper actually shows you why LLM actually hallucinate. Yeah, so now that we have known how LLM works, so probably we can jump in to see what are the rules that we can follow actually to use LLMs to edit Wikipedia and Wikidata instead of letting it do all the stuff. Okay, so the first rule is quite predictable, is that we should not let LLMs do full pages, quick statement batches. We should not also rely on Wikidata IDs that are generated by LLM-based chatbots, etc. So as you see here, there is an example. And if you evocate, for example, a very common concept that exists in Wikidata, like a plant, you will find the right one. For example, here, if we ask ChatGPT about the concept that is that corresponds to plant in Wikidata, it will return Q756. That is the right answer. But if you search about a market in a place, in a random place, like this one in Accra, Ghana, you will find something random. All right. So instead, what we should do instead? Actually, we should do as usual. do a search on Wikipedia or on Google Scholar to actually find scholarly publications that are corresponding to the topic that we would like to enrich. For example, if we would like to go for a paper, a Wikipedia page about Tunisian science, we can actually search for papers related to Tunisian science and actually use them to write the paper using to write the Wikipedia page using ChatGPT. As well, actually, we can also do our check on whether a source is reliable using the criteria on Wikipedia reliable source. So it is quite simple to do, and it does not cost anything. The third thing actually is that you need yourself, after collecting the information from different resources, actually you need to generate the summary of the paper. And you don't have like when using the classical format, when you edit Wikipedia, to write it as a structured paragraph. You just need to write bullet points about what each reference includes. And so like this, main points, like I have done here, point 1, point 2, point 3, point 4, point 5, point 6. And you can even sometimes copy, if the text of the resource, of the reference is short, you can even paste all the paper or all the article, the newspaper item, if you have one, and paste it on ChatGPT and ask it to do the bullet points for you. And it will generate it. And if you compare the paragraph on the top with actually the main generated points, you will find that they completely fit. But you need to verify that it does not actually generate bullet points that are not in the text. So human verification actually is very important. And actually, if you write in the prompt that please rely only on the text that I have provided to you, actually this will help to prevent the LLM to generate hallucination for you. The point 4 is that you need to do a precise prompt. That's the key point. So you will have to experiment with the prompts, write several queries about for the LLM to generate you the right Wikipedia page for you. So, for example, you will say to it, please include all the references that I have provided to you, provide all the bullet points. If you are using, for example, Wikidata ID, please be specific. Say that I am talking about these items. This is the Wikidata items that are interesting for me to include in my quick statements batch. And please use them. And these are the Wikidata ID of the stuff that I would like to include in my batch. Also, use the ref tags, actually, to include the reference after every new statement. This is what you need to specify to the prompt as well. So you need to tell it, please actually add these ref tags all over the articles so that the article can be verifiable. Also, you can ask the LLM actually to include categories and info boxes. And they generally work. Yeah, the rule number 5 actually is that you can use the LLM for language proofreading and translation. And actually, many of the papers have about ChatGPT and BART and many other resources have proved that LLMs are better in translation and proofreading than in generating text. So if you have a text, give it to the LLM, it will translate it for you. And just like the state-of-the-art machine translation models. Yeah, but for that, you need to check that the source and target languages are used to train the LLM, because not all the multilingual LLMs are trained on all languages. So there is a specificity that you need to check before applying this to an LLM-based chatbot. The sixth rule is that do not directly put the input of LLM in a Wikipedia page. So please, if you use that, please put it in a sandbox so that administrators and other people verify it before sending it actually to the main namespace. Yes, the same for Wikidata. Please check quick statements batch before uploading them to Wikidata. Yeah, so that's all what I have to say here. I hope that the session was a bit light. I tried at the end. So if you have any question, please jump in and ask me. These are my contacts. You can actually ask me any question. If you need, for example, my business card, they are here. Please contact me. I will give you my business card as well. Thank you. Yeah, any question? Yeah, the slides actually are available on Commons. Thank you. Let me show you. Thank you.
How do we get the slides?
Yeah, actually the slides are available on Commons. You write on Commons, the category is Wikimania 2023 presentations, and you will find there all my presentation. There they are. Actually, the presentations are also streamed on YouTube, and you can find them there as well. Any other question? That's fine. Thank you very much.
Do you have a? Yeah. Okay. So, thanks for being here for the first steps in Wikifunction session. And what we want to take a look at is how to create a function, how to go about it, how to use this. So, a good place is usually to go to the suggest a function page and just like add something, add an idea about what you have to do. Today we'll just start with a simple function ourselves. So the function I would like to suggest is it takes a string and it doubles it. It just like doubles the string. That should be pretty simple to implement. It should be done in enough time over here. So we want to create the function. And that is fine. So I entered the name for it, which could be something like double string. Anyone have better names for that? Duplicate. Duplicate is nice. It's probably better than double. Duplicate string. I enter double as an alias. Okay, and this description could be something like takes a string and returns it duplicated. So the input is a string. The output is a string.
I'm sorry, inverted.
Yeah. Thanks. Input. Just I don't remember it all. I added another language to add American to enter the unspecified English too.
You can add American English as well if you want.
I can.
American Creole. American Creole English.
I can. I always go in the wrong direction. And it is input. So this is actually everything you need to do in order to create the function. So you need to know the types, how many arguments you have, what types the argument should be, and give it a name. The name is even optional technically, but you probably should always give a name. So, and then we get to the function page. It asks for input, but you can actually run it because you don't have any implementations or anything yet. So we can go to details here. So we have no tests, we have no implementation. And the first thing I would always suggest is after you created the function, create the tests first. Don't go immediately for the implementation. It makes it easier to always do the tests first. So we go down here, click on Add Test. And adding tests is a little bit uncool. So we need to improve this a little bit. So basically you say, my function call is duplicate string, and it takes an input like, for example, I don't know, wiki. And now the question, and we need to check whether the output equals equals to what we expect. So not inequality, equality. Here we go. So, and here we have to make the decision actually, did we mean something like this, or did we mean to have a space in between that? So, and depending, those are two different functions, obviously, and both of them might be useful. And this is why it's good to have those tests, basically. The tests tell you what were you really thinking. They help you to specify what you actually meant, and then as a community you can decide. There's also nice things about it is that the tests are not automatically approved. So you can say, here's a suggested test, and this is what I would expect on this input. And then as a community you can start discussing, oh no, I actually was expecting on this one this, and we rather here, and then the approving of the test cases basically tells you what is the semantics of the function that we're expecting. What does the function really mean that we are trying to build here? So Should we with or without space for the duplicate? What?
Without.
Without?
With.
With? We have one.
Without.
Without?
Without.
Without, okay. We're getting to without. The good thing is you can afterwards create one with.
One with spaces just join with a different subgroup.
That's right. So this is our first test. We have to duplicate string. I should have given it a label. Duplicate wiki equals wiki. This makes it a bit easier when we then see them. We don't have yet good naming conventions on those things, but I guess the community will work on it. We, in the inclusive we.
You all can start.
Yes. So, shall we do another test? What other test could make sense?
Blank.
Blank. Yeah. So, duplicate. Those will look terrible, so I leave this blank. And here string equality. And leave this also blank. So the duplicate blank equals blank. So now we have two test cases. Should we make a third test case? Anyone have something interesting? So this is a bug here. It shouldn't say enter string. This is basically when we have the empty string here. So no more test cases are suggested? Okay, in that case, now we can go, since we have the functioneer rights, and in the beginning everyone who can edit the objects will have functioneer rights, you can actually just approve the tests yourself. Say here, I'm connecting those tests. So those tests are now part of the test suite and they will actually run against the things. Maybe I missed where the connect comes from. What is it connected to? It's connecting the function with the test. I think we want to rename this into a proof. I'm not exactly sure.
Just named it from proof.
So connect is the last. Okay, good. I always forget the. so basically, this means those tests are connected. And this would mean it's not connected. It's disconnected. So this one is not being run when we actually use it. We're trying to figure out the naming still. I mean, we only have control about the English naming anyway, so. And even there, we don't really have control, so. Yeah.
Maybe it would make sense to add a test function for spaces.
Yeah, we can make another function afterwards with the. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Sorry, a test where we have. Okay. Yeah. This will look terrible. I'm not sure. We'll see. Duplicate string.
Why are there two of those?
That's a good.
Showing you the English and British English search results.
Because this is a British.
Actually, the same result, and we don't deduplicate.
Okay.
One of the reasons I force myself to use British English as the interface is to demonstrate bugs like this, and maybe even fix them. Maybe demonstrate.
So I use again. In the magical future, you won't have to choose the function here. It will be automatically just enter the input and the output. We're not there yet.
But you don't necessarily have to use equality
No.
as your test.
That's right. So I pressed 2 spaces here. I pressed 1 space here. You have to believe me because it's actually invisible.
Name.
Name. We can rename that. I'm actually not sure that if we keep the. That's a bug.
No, it's the HTML spec, plain 10.
Yeah, but we probably have to turn this into NBSPs here. I'm not sure.
For inputs of type string, probably we should
Yeah, something like this. Need to figure out. There might be so many edge cases on both of them. There's so much things to work on. my job is safe for a while. So let's also approve that one. Connect this one, sorry. And add an implementation. What should we do our first implementation in? Python, JavaScript, or in the beautiful composition?
All three.
We will do all three, but which one first? Composition first? I love composition, that's my favorite. Okay, so in composition we basically take existing functions and try to make it happen what we want to do. So in this case we already have a useful function which is a join strings function, which we will take as our start. And the first string is the input argument reference that we have. This should be automatically being displayed here. It's not, as you can tell. And, oh man, I need now the ZID of that I just created.
If you in the function explorer. Sorry.
It doesn't show it here. Oh, sure. So there. You can come closer. Yeah. Okay. I can't just enter K1 here, right? I need the actual set. It might work because I can't figure out what the set ID is of the. Oh, right here. Okay. This is evil, and this should be already fixed. This should also be fixed. We have a task for that. So basically, here I would select the first argument. We only have one argument, and then I repeat the argument here. And basically, now what I did is I joined string on the two arguments. So if I close this, there's a little trick. It should, I said close. It should show you a little bit readable what we're actually doing here. So I joined strings on the input with the input. So we double the input here. And what we can do now is, because we connected the tests already, I can run the tests now and see if they actually pass. And with a bit of luck, this will turn green in a while. So we know that all the tests that we have written pass actually for this composition that we just created. So we can give it a name. I can call this join strings input. And publish it. So our first implementation for this is done. Now if we go back to the function, connect it, we will be able to actually call the function on the page. So if I now enter something like ABC, run the function, it should return me ABC, and it does. Sweet. So now let's do implementations in Python and in JavaScript, and then we will switch gears, and you can actually go ahead and try implementation, and James and I and maybe Nick will help us to figure out how to do this. Okay, so let's make an implementation. Python or JavaScript first? Python. In this case, we helpfully display you the set ID that I needed earlier. Yeah, it is. So I can copy it easily by clicking on that. It's a neat little trick in the interface. And then just paste it here.
It's also immediately in the def above anyway.
Sorry?
It's also in the def.
In the def? Def, okay. And that's the implementation in Python. And if we run out the tests, they all pass. And so and we can publish this. Let's go ahead and do the one in JavaScript. Obviously, in order to use Wikifunction, you don't need to understand all the programming languages. In fact, you don't have to understand any of the programming languages. It's enough if you can read the composition. Just it can be sometimes helpful, if, for example, if a composition is slow or something like that, to write an implementation. But this also can be done by someone else. It doesn't have to be happened by you. You might ask, like, folks, I have this very slow composition here. Can someone help me write something faster, maybe in JavaScript? So, and here, is it also plus in JavaScript?
Yep.
Okay.
Unless those are numbers.
There should be strings. We
We should add a test case for that.
You can't. Oh, yeah, yes. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, let's do that immediately. So we give it a name. Can it be the same name again?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay. Let's see. Nah. We need to rethink a few things here. So, let's now go and make a test with numbers and see what happens. Okay. No, here. I don't know why I was clicking there. So now in this case, we can actually also approve those two, connect also those two implementations. And we go and now create another test with numbers. So we say that, for example, with 1, duplicate string on 1. This is the string 1, not the number 1. The result should be exactly 1, 1. And now we can actually go ahead and immediately test against the implementations, not the other way around. So since we already have implementations, we can now test them and see if this will all work. They all pass. JavaScript doesn't do something weird like type coercion at this moment.
Denny, if you make the input 1.1, I think you may get a different result.
Like this?
Yeah.
I mean, we want to break it, so let's try out. Huh?
Oh, I'm sure.
It also works.
Yeah, because we're wrapping it in a JSON context. Yeah, I think it's safe.
That's why we have tests.
Famous last words, right?
That's why we have tests.
Yep.
Exactly. Do we want to keep the 1.1 or just the 1?
No, keep one.
1.1?
We have one, just to be sure.
This one? Okay, good.
Two textures.
I mean, you can also just create both of them. I just want to move on here. But this is basically the process that we're going here. So we can write testers, we make sure that they work, that all the implementations work with that the implementations are consistent against each other. We can then discuss things like, so no, actually those test cases should make this result and so on. All of these things should be work in a wiki-ish way, which is the new part, which is not exactly programming, right? Okay. So let's connect that test too. This will be interesting if it will manage to get the whole matrix done. It might take a moment. A lot of it should be partially running in caches. Yes, very good. So here we are. We have created a function. We have created 4 tests now, 3 implementations in different ways. So we have questions. Yes?
If you delete a function, does it delete everything with it?
No, it does not yet. It's a good point. We should think about that.
Because it seems like tests and everything else belongs to the function.
Yeah, in theory, you can redirect the tests, for example, to a new function, but I'm not sure that this is more confusing or not. So we currently don't have the feature. It's not a bad idea. I think we should think about it, yes. Yeah, no, it's good. It's a good idea, a good proposal. Okay, any more questions at this point?
It's just an interface question, but it feels a bit confusing when you are entering the parameters, the arguments, etc. It's saving automatically? Like,
Can you repeat?
You have to publish. You have to publish.
yeah, but you run the. It seems when you run the tests, that it's.
So the question was, when we enter the parameters, it seems to automatically save. Oh, yeah, you can run the tests without having saved the function. So just running the test doesn't mean that I actually saved it and tested it out. I run the test and implementation that I just wrote live, basically, without having it stored first. So yeah, this is in order so that you don't have to publish every time you try it out. Yeah.
Could you repeat the question for the recording?
Yeah. So the question was, when I'm creating an implementation or a test while entering those things, and then I run the little circle that makes it run against the tests or against the implementations, does it save it every time when I do that or not? And the answer is no, it doesn't publish at this point. It basically runs it live, and it only publishes when you click on publish. So this allows you actually to start writing an implementation and until it finally passes against everything. More questions? Okay. Who here has already functioneer rights? Okay. So who here now wants functioneer rights to play things out? Okay. You need to have logged into Wikifunctions at least once, which means if you have
Special page where admins can create a local account for you. Special create local
well, we don't want to create. You probably wait. Everyone who wants an account, do you have a Wikipedia account?
It's just as you
Yes. Okay. I expected it at the Wikimania. So, so just go to Wikifunctions while you're logged in Wikipedia or whatever, and it should automatically log you in on Wikifunctions.
I already requested.
Even better. And give me your names, and I will give you the rights. For this, I will go to the other computer. And James, you can have your computer back. And the presentation is basically at the end.
So we can just create functions.
Come up with something. You can work together, or what? And if you have questions, if you get stuck, we are here to answer. For now, I want to give rights to everyone who needs rights. Yeah. So sorry for the recording. Now comes the part that's not so interesting for the recording.
Okay.
Sorry for the recording. Now it comes the part that it's not so interesting for the recording because we're going around in the workshop.
Sorry? I have the rights on this.
Yeah. 6 months rights are granted.